What if I just start calling you Bubbles? Have you seen, obviously, everybody's seen Lilo and Stitch, right? Before I run these through my sewing machine, I do need to place some markers down on it. I have lines all around the right side. I don't know why I air quoted that. On the right side of my fabric. This pattern allows and asks for a 5/8 seam allowance. So it's all going to be hidden. I am making the darts on the actual pieces of fabric here. I didn't want to have to cut around them. I really didn't want to have to cut around them. Then I'll just flip it over and do it on the other side. Say what you will. I didn't want to have to cut around them. So I'll just line them up this way. I'm using pink. No specific reason. What are you working on? So Deekzilla, I am working on my TwitchCon cosplay. San Diego TwitchCon. We live in the States. If you are familiar with Diablo 3's Maghda, that is the creature that we are trying to work on. So I've got a moth pattern fabric here that we are going to be doing for an under corset. I realized that with the way that I want the skirts and those hip armor to lay, I needed to do an under corset. That way all of the weight of those skirts would be held up by the corset and not like my own love handles. So we are working on the moth corset, and like this fabric's really cool. So we're starting on it. Oh, I should also draw those waistlines at this moment as well. Yes. We will also keep that as pink. Here, let me just match this up. Oh, this is gonna be my We're gonna put one right down the center. No, it's gonna be 2. Yep, we're gonna put 2 in the centerpiece. I almost forgot to draw in, and now would be the best time to do this as well. But it's gonna have to go on the back, and I will use white with it, where I am going to be putting the, oops, where are you? Yeah, because the blue will rub off. So let's go to one of the markers that I just don't like that. Oh, well, we'll use white then. Yeah, I was like, I could just use a different color, but we'll use white. I don't know if I had a clover white. Where I'm going to be running my boning. I've redesigned her, Deke, so it's a little bit influenced by the in-game and then the concept art, but at the same time, I wanted to put her on steroids. I wanted to make her the queen of like the actual moths. Some of her abilities have moths, you know, that spawn and she gives a glow from underneath, and I'm like, ooh, I want to like roll with that. I want to just intensify that. So we are just in the, I've planned it all out. I've drawn it out. We've made some VODs that you can check out via that category that Jeff dropped in chat to see what our design plans that we've already drawn up look like. But I'm excited that the schedule is allowing for this, that you guys are welcoming a little momentary reprieve from our gaming shenanigans. Well, we got Warframe coming tomorrow. Start off the week with some calm cosplay building. So I'm marking right now where my boning is gonna go. I'm also going to mark where they say the waist hits. on the back underside here. I'm going to... Sorry, Gyre. She's the... I put her up here so that she wouldn't be assaulted by cats. Oh my gosh, speaking of assaulted by cats, I got upset. I got so angry at Puck, but like, all I could do in the moment was like, hiss at him. I don't, what as a human, how do you, he was on the desk, so like, that was why I was initially upset. He knows that like, that's not what you're supposed to do, bro. Not what you're supposed to do. What I was upset is when he's on the desk, our fear is that he's chewing cables and cords because he's only 1 year old. And so he took actually a bite into our new Elgato cables, and I was just like, oh gosh, like I was so excited about these, and here you are biting down to like the metal, and so like I had to rearrange some things, and now it's getting me thinking like I need to do a little bit more electrical rework in that room, and cats. You love them. They're little pieces of shit. Okay. So I've got my back drawn out. And the little notches put into the front while I am... Might as well mimic it on the other side. Like, I love him, I guess, but like, I like your brother more. I really do. Dang it, Puck. Gosh, you're so poopy. So I'm just trying to hold down my pattern piece as best as possible as I draw out all the inside goodies. We'll use a line and a ruler, draw some lines. I can't stop talking. I was like a broken record yesterday. I couldn't stop talking about the wedding we went to. It was so nice. It was so beautiful. Oh, I love love. I love love, chap. Oh, I'm a sucker. Now I'm gonna switch to my pink one. And we're gonna do the reverse darts so that I can line things up later. Again, with a 5/8 seam allowance. Nobody's gonna see these. And if they do, they are water soluble. They're my favorite water soluble. I know for a fact that like with these clovers, they're going to dissolve. Like, oh, I've had so many infuriating moments with other brands. Not this one, not sponsored. But you know, girl wouldn't hate it. Two things you can do. Put a bittermint on the cables. It tastes or a cork. Well, so I don't believe I just need to get the cables in a different orientation completely. That way they aren't even like no cats can get to them at all. I need to just... Shame on me, you know, he's a kitten, what do I expect? But I was just so angry. Just like jaw clenching angry. I'm like, why? Why do you hate me so? Why? But like, all I could do was just clench my teeth and shake my head in disdain, cause like, you don't even understand what I'm saying. You're just a cat. I'm like, oh! Oh, yeah, we had one of those moments. Then I just look over to Stitch and I go, "You're my favorite." Like that was gonna justify it. It's gonna fix how I was feeling. Just letting the other one know, "You're my favorite." You're my favorite. still learning. Puck's still a kitten. He's a little shittin' kitten, but he's still a kitten. So this is the waist tape markings that I am dotting in now. So now the center has got both the front and the back sides done. 6, and what is this? 7? Those are the first 2 that we do together, so we might as well then keep going with 8, because that one gets sewed in next. That top. It just reminds me, I'm sure the cats, when I like stand there and shake my finger at them and say no and give them a long speech, I'm sure that they literally are looking at me the same way my younger brother looked at my mom when she would scold him when he was younger. Like, just, we do not care. My brother was quick to outgrow my mother as he was growing up. And I just remember her running, chasing after him with a yardstick, trying to spank him. Because, like, he was a little punk, and he was just laughing hysterically, and there was just... she never hurt us. Please do not get the wrong idea. But she knew that her kids would have been unruly, and she just didn't. I love you, Mom. You are a gem. You put up with so much of our shit. And if it wasn't for you, we would not have turned out as well as we did today. My brother is an amazing father to his kids. And I just laugh. I go, I hope your son gives you half the runaround that you gave Mom. But too funny. I just remember sitting there, I don't know if like I was eating Tostitos pizza rolls or like popcorn, just watching, going, like, who would want to run that much? She just... Oh, that poor lady. I love you, Mama. I love you, Mama. Oh, gosh. It was comical. My brother, too, he pushed his limits. Too cute. Oh, too cute. So again, I'm just making little line notations on the back. Grew up in a different, a different time. Obviously now it probably wouldn't be okay for a mother to chase their child with a yardstick. But granted, he was giggling the entire time. And like the just wait till your father gets home line didn't work because, well... Oh gosh. I'm surprised that she didn't go insane. That we didn't like drive her to the brink of insanity. She must have really loved us. I mean, she must still. It's not past tense. She still puts up with quite a bit. The mom curse is very strong and very likely to happen. My brother is finding that out. Ah, wonderful. So it's good to know that karma does then come back around to those that push the buttons of their parental guardians growing up. Wonderful. Mwahahahaha. Alright, Raiders, we do have 13 minutes left on our battle. Exclamation point battle or SR in chat if you want to drop those units down. Assist us in our plight to victory. I could draw all these lines on... I could draw all the lines on here after I've put it together, but I just feel like that would be more work. Having to bend things and contour it, and with it already sewn together. Meh. So I'm trying to work smarter, not harder. Smarter, not harder. The name of the game. Right, and we're already on 9. The music is very calming. I had one of those I don't want to go to work days this morning. I didn't want to get out of my pajamas. It's like, let's just do it. Grabbed my Green Monkeys t-shirt, ready to face the almanac. I personally think that the whole speaking thing actually puts kids in charge, as I remember Fate crying. Oh, it was... it was... Fate crying and got away with that. Oh, my... So... I was the child that you could look at the wrong way and I would just burst into tears for some reason. I don't know. I don't handle yelling. So, like, fights? Gosh, I'm a scrappy little one and I can hold my own. However, when it came to somebody yelling at me, I don't know what it is, but, like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. And my brother, when he would lie, even if it was about the stupidest things, he would have these dimple-like craters that would form in his cheeks. It was wild. It was wild. Still to this day. His tell. In the moment, too. Your moms really are, you know. One, they pushed us from their body. You literally let me suck the essence out of you to harvest my own. Like, get it, Mom. Get it. Speaking, oh, I put it on the wrong side! That's alright. Just, a little bit of, oh, I don't have any water up here. That's alright. Okay, we'll just, flip it over. Pretend that didn't happen. I didn't do that. You didn't see anything. It'll be fine. But really, it will. Because they're water soluble. No problem. Glad I found a clover then. Because if I would have used the crappier ones, might have been a problem. If I used the crappier ones, might have been an issue. Did I get the back of this one? No, I skipped over 10. No 10 for you. No 10 for you, Maghda. Sorry. Just didn't want to do it, I guess. Just kidding. Drawing it out now. Alright, I'm gonna flip this over. I flip over my pattern too. Draw the boning lines. Draw the waistlines. La da da. Now, part of me thinks I'm going to have to alter where they've placed the waist accordingly to where my waist hits, because I got some weird body proportions. But I do want to know where they deem the waist of this pattern. That way, when I'm sizing it, I have a better understanding. I'm gonna hold off. The last thing that's gonna be is those back panel pieces. So I'm just gonna wait on where the grommet holes will go. I did pick an owl because we're gonna want to stretch the fabric, not cut a hole in it. That's what's going to add. Ooh, let's just correct. I was like, why isn't it lining up? Because you don't have it laid down correctly. Baka! Alright, on one side, we are good there. Let's flip it. We'll add that waistline back in. And then the dash line here. So this is going to be the width, ideally, of the twill tape waistband on the inside. Oh, that goes over to that side. And we're done with that, so I'm going to put this pattern over here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I personally think that the whole spanking thing actually puts kids in charge, as I remember. Oh, sorry, forgive me, I already read that. Too funny. In my later years, when I was in middle school, my mother would try to ground me, but she would ground me and tell me that I had to go outside and play with friends. Well, it's not my fault that I like a good book. I can entertain myself. I already knew at a young age that children are nasty. Children are just so mean. Alright. And I think this is going to be the last one that we need to draw all these little lines on. And then we can start seaming it up. I did reinforce this fabric with some suiting to give it a little bit more structure. That way we wouldn't see any like stretching or contorting of the fabric. It needed a little bit more oomph. It's okay. Wait, you got grounded to go outside? Yeah, I got grounded to go outside. Yeah. That would have worked better for me. Also, a book when I was a kid. My mother would have to be like, put down the book. I'd be like, after this chapter. She'd be like, fine, after that chapter. I was like, I'm sorry, I just started the next chapter. And she'd be like, put down the book, it's time for dinner. Oh, goosebumps. Speaking of goosebumps, I got some candy here. How are we sitting on our stream raiders? I'm gonna give myself a little bit of yum sugar. I wasn't an Animorphs. That came out a little later for me. That was more my brother. when my mother told her sister, who has a son my age, like my cousins are both identical in age with my brother and I. And my mom's like, yeah, she's reading chapter books. And she goes, I was sitting there in the room. She goes, yeah. Well, my son, she goes, in like insert name here, I'm going to just, reframe it. It goes, can read one Goosebump book a day. And I was like, challenge accepted, Aunt. So little does she know, she's the reason I crush books. Welcome on in, Joe Monkey. Candy. I tell you, they're the best. The best candy. A regular at the library. All right. Let's see now how we are going to tackle this. We could do a couple different ways. We could use pins or we could use monster clips. I'm going to try out both. Ideally, I would love to use my monster clips. Or not monster clips, but like my little clippies. I don't know why I call these monster clips. But my little project clips, ideally. Okay, Little Miss Influencer, I'm going to order some off of Amazon right now. They are great. You can get them super soft too. They're like sweet and sour. They're the best Haribo ones. Oh man. So good. So good. I eat them all the time on stream. When we go out for candy. The store we went to, it was 2 for $3. And I was like, yes! On the way to the wedding, I eat 2 for... Here, hold on, I got you. Sour streamers. If they've got the little mascot guys, that green tongue, party goer. Ding! This is not spaghetti. These are like, streamers. Little, yeah, they're streamers. Little, Oh, dang. I think I went to Walgreens. With my Walgreens card. 2 for $3. With 8, I could buy so many for $8. I got in trouble English lesson because I finished our class reading too fast. So he gave me a test to show the reading. It wasn't good. I got 10 out of 10 just to shut him up. And you're like, I told you I read it. Just need something more challenging. Alright, my friends, let's head over to our Stream Raiders battle. Randall, it's not your fault. You just eat words for breakfast. For this streamers battle, I'm seeing some tanks on the field. So let's drop that blessing out there. I don't know why I call it a blessing. It's a tower. It's like a spell, right? Something like that. Meh. Go team, go. Oh, dang. Yeah, no, we got this. As this goes on, I'm going to see if I can find some blue tape. I know I have some. There it is. Okay. I want to make a marker on my sewing machine, and this doesn't leave residue. But I don't want to use my nice scissors to cut off a piece of tape, so we'll do this. Opening up the captain's chest. Eris Fern for 5 kills and 21 assists, 10 gold. Where are you? There you are. And then we're going to randomly grant Crazy of Hailfire, Deekzilla, Chumalian, and Randall Thor the remaining rewards from that little captain's chest. Gold. It is a loyalty gold chest time. For this one, just to make sure that we are in good hands, I'm going to drop my... No, not him. My artillery. My little book. Das Buch on the field. I get a little hocusy pocus with it every single time. Place your units on the battlefield, my friends. I'm going to zoom in. Here, we can make that one work too. We'll go. We got you. I got you. Go there too. Exclamation point battle or exclamation point SR at any time. My son got in trouble in 3rd grade for reading during his math lesson. She just said she felt really bad asking, could you put the book down and listen to me? I know it's a little vain of me to be, but that's kind of why we're here. I am marking where 5/8 is on my sewing machine. A lot of the time, when I make my patterns, will only give myself a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So since we are working from a pattern for the first time in a while, I am going to make a no-brainer decision and put a marker down. And then I'm going to find a Sharpie and draw on it because that seems appropriate. And Sharpie time. I should have wrote on this before I put it on the machine. Hindsight's 2020. Huzzah! I feel like all of my accomplishments now have been met. How long have you been sewing, and how did you learn? So I am very much so self-taught when it comes to sewing. I went to school and got my bachelor's degree in art and design. And I have concentrational studies in welding and painting. I was actually a high school woodshop teacher in South Detroit for 5 years prior to budget cuts and the collapse of my program. Womp womp womp. Yeah, and I did some random sewing jumps because I had already started self-teaching my, so I understood how to work industrial sewing machines and picked up a job there. Overeducated, underqualified type of situation. Found out they were racist. Left that job there. And then ended up competing in a cosplay contest many years ago. Did well. Booked a judging gig almost immediately following. And we just have kind of jumped on the surfboard and just been riding the wave. Over the years, our sewing skills continued to get better. My own, I guess, bar of craftsmanship that I set for myself keeps getting raised. Grammar. I think this is gonna allow the fabric, since the fabric is so smooth, to slip and slide with these clips. So we're gonna for once put the clips away, and we're gonna do this old school. And we're gonna go with pins. 5/8. There's so much wiggle room. And so yeah, that's kind of where we're at. My mother enjoyed sewing when we were kids. She would always sew our Halloween costumes. So I'm sure that that had a big subconscious influence. Oh, moms. See? Mama Dish, you overachieving. Slow down. Is this gonna... No, but it should. But it's not. Will it at least go here? Yep, okay. That'll work. Because we're gonna be sewing this in, these pins won't be in here for too long. I'm not worried about it. My body heat will be able to conform this back anyways. Any weave that gets separated a bit. Just don't want it to wiggle on us. No wiggling. The first sewing machine that I worked on was my mother let me borrow. She goes, "You can borrow my old sewing machine." I was like, "Oh, thanks." I'm not gonna lie, I was a little upset when she was like, "Oh, well, I got rid of it. You know, you gave it back to me and you got new sewing machines." And I was like, "I gave it back to you because I thought that was the right thing to do since I had borrowed it from you. If I knew you were just going to abandon it into like a garbage heap," well, she didn't abandon it to a garbage heap. She like took it to a sewing machine store. But I was like, I would have given you the same price that they gave you. It was like 25 bucks. Like we bonded. She still worked. She had character. I understood her in its entirety. I have used and abused many a sewing machines over the years. So I'm just trying to make sure that my edges meet. We will be trimming the top and the bottom, so that's why I keep making sure that the waist and everything is just on point. Rather keep repinning now. What's a couple having to repin and having to restitch the whole thing, right? Hello, Sidemius. I hope your workday is going okay. Still think you should come home early, but that's just my 2 cents. Need to start pumping those numbers. Working on it. Working on Stream Raiders. We've how many friends do we have playing with us right now? Do we have 30? Oh, 26. We're close. We're close to having almost 30 friends playing with us. Probably be home around 5-ish. Awesome. Stream will end around 4-ish. Every Monday. Every Monday around 4-ish. Oop. This would go this way then. Alright. Ow! I just poked myself with a pin in the wrist. Sorry, that was not expected. Okay. I'm matching my darts, my little markers up and pinning those sections first. It just poked me, kind of like a little TV shot, a flashback to my younger years. Tillo, hello, how are you doing this Monday? Did you have a restful weekend? Hopefully. Did you guys get some good Saruman grinding in? I wasn't able to get back on, so I have not advanced to 5 yet. I don't. Oopsies. We'll get there, hold fast. You just slow your roll. Ow! Ow! Ooh! Okay, so we are just going to. We need, like. Because the fabric's a little stiffer, I'm pushing. Oh, I know why. I just poked myself underneath the skin. It hurt. I'm a baby. the first? Okay, so this was, and then it goes 7. Okay, that's 8. 7. And then we've got 9. I don't know which way. Okay. 9 goes that way, up and down. Okay. Just trying to piece her together, then we'll sew it. We'll just do a straight top stitch. Alright, go there. Gotta be careful that the fabric doesn't want to shift. Oop, drop that one. Alright, and now what I've realized I need to do is take the lens cover off. Oh man, I swear I'm smart. Ish. Some days more than others. Just hold that for me. Oh, hold on, I'm here. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. That way it is a... Oh. That is... Oh, okay. I guess then I'll be able to change it with... Trying to document more of my work now, especially since we want to submit for TwitchCon. And in order to do that, I've got to remember to take photos of what we're doing. And I've been trying to even think too that maybe a video of some things wouldn't be bad either. What happened with the shutter? Oh, I gotta push this button. I was pushing the wrong button. That'll do it. That'll do it, my friends. So I'm just gonna try to film as well as take photos. I know some people like to see the photo progress, some people like to see the video progress. I'm learning. I'm learning as we go. Thank you so much for that follow. At 8.5k follows, we will be doing a 1,000 platinum giveaway. Stabbing my finger though continuously with pins today by the looks of it. And after I pin this one, I will turn that camera off. Oop. I almost feel like I need to pin these in a different way. They're so close to the other guy. And then we will switch it over to photos. Cool. Turn it off. Save you from any projectiles. You never know. You never know. Sometimes sewing can get vicious. Been very fortunate that when any stray needles have crossed my path, I've had glasses on. We were sewing layers of burlap a couple years ago, and like too many layers of wool and fake fur. Sorry, sewing machine. We also like to sew down 16 gauge galvanized steel, but like the 14 gauge as well, and the timing on one of our sewing machines is just eternally off because that's all it's really good for. We sew down steel so much. And it'll be sewing down steel again for Maghda. Look at, so we're piecing it together. I realized it was easier just to do one side. Oh, you know what? No, you guys wouldn't know what. I'm full of shit sometimes. I should have, nope, wrong piece. Okay, cool. No, I like that I can draw it in here. So there's a sew here line. And I want to make sure I get that done, but that's going to be... I'm going to wait to do this piece here for a minute. Because this is going to be... And if I can put... I still might be able to. And just recess them back in a little bit more. That'll probably be what I end up doing. Okay, sorry, I just had to talk that through with myself before committing. Oh, did this go upside down? Oh, I think maybe you originally drew that wrong. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Good thing we caught it now. Actually, you know what? So we don't confuse ourselves, we'll change it to blue. That would have definitely made us ponder what was going on. So I accidentally redrew this pattern upside down. Would have been different. Definitely would have been different. Oops. And we will fix this. Thank you kindly for that follow. I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday. Hope the weather is nice for you guys. It's lovely outside for me right now. Kind of taken aback at first. I'm going to save our pattern pieces. Kind of like a show your work, if you will. Alright, now let's match these guys up. At the same time that I match this up, it should also match up at the waist now, too. Gosh, throw a dunce cap on me. Ow! My gamer hands have made my sewing hands weak! Where are my calluses? There we go. Yes, the waist shape matches up. It did not before. It would not have before. Whoopsie. Okay, that one doesn't want to go through. I'm not about to fight ya. I'm just gonna grab somebody else. corset. I hope you come out looking nice. Wearable? Where do we want to set this this bar for our first corset? I hope you hold everything in. There we go. And this one will end up sewing across this line and then folding it back over. So one side completely pinned in. It will be bigger, obviously, but not by much. Ow! Just dropped a pin side on my hand. Oh, goodness. Right, so this is this side here. And if this is... does go this way, right? Yes, no, maybe so. Do I have it upside down? Display. There are no... oh, there is the dart. I was like, where's the marker? It was hidden inside the butterfly wings for both sides. Joke's on me. Pull a couple of these out. That way I stop poking my fingers in between each one. Oof. I'm just kind of lightly laying out, forcibly moving the fabric into the orientation I need it. It is going to have a little bit of a bend to the waist, those waist dips, if you will. Thank you so much for placing those units on the battlefield, Raiders. Exclamation point battle at any time if you need the link to our field. This is a gold loyalty chest. Show me the money. I've got 2. Waist lines up, I just feel like I did something right. The directions say to just sew them on piece by piece. I feel like this is good. I wish I had a magical wand and just magically would put this together. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do? Make a social media post. Ooh. We'll do it up. Oh gosh, we're almost at. It's almost been 2 hours. I will make a social media post when we get to the 2-hour mark. How's that sound? Great. Thanks. I don't have the markers laid down for this one. So that's a fail on my part, but also a reason that we keep these silly things. Gosh, it's always in the last orientation you want to doodle it in. It's just turning this stupid thing left and right. like, why? How does this go? Well, when you don't stack them correctly, that's what happens. I just kept spinning it around. Oh man. What you making? I am working on my TwitchCon cosplay. Our goal for this year is to submit Maghda from Diablo 3 to San Diego's TwitchCon cosplay contest, and then cross our fingers like the tightest, softest Bavarian pretzel there ever was. Yeah, we have no clue what to expect, but if you don't submit, then you don't have a chance. So my goal this year is to submit to TwitchCon, to rip off the band-aid, to bite the bullet, to light the fire underneath my ass. And so we are making our first corset right now. I'm drawing blood a little bit from the beginning. This is our first corset. I'm sure I'm a broken record to some of you. So I'm excited but nervous all at the same time. Chobalai! 5 gifted zombies to the community?
Sly_500 just subscribed. Jubolei gifted a tier 1
Chobalai, thank you so much. You are too kind. So while we're working today on our costume, we are also trying to work on our Stream Raiders push to partner, trying to see if we can find some more friends to play Stream Raiders with us. Working on that that average of 30 players. And so I figured I'd hang out in the Stream Raiders category today as we get our Raiders on. See if we can find some new friends. So I hope everybody's having a wonderful Monday. If it's your first time stopping by the channel, welcome on in. I am Disfusional. Please feel free to call me Dis. If you have any questions regarding cosplay or prosthetics, makeup, let me know. I'm all ears. I might even have an answer to assist. And Joblai, your kindness goes out to the community, dropping those subbies, sniping friends, laying in wait. I will be able to in a few minutes to try. Oh, dope! Just a fun little side game. Synemius was getting in on the verses this weekend. I'm not. My muscles are not strong enough in Stream Raiders to be able to support a versus with you guys. I'm sorry. Oh, and I forgot to draw the line. Okay, hold on. I wonder if I can do that quickly here even with it being pinned. Oh, I think we can. I think we can. Yeah, and then we'll just line it up with this ruler. No harm, no foul. There we go. Yep. Don't tell anybody. Nothing happened. I'm gonna retrieve. Hey Diz, how do you get more of those? Look it, my magnet's been replenished, but I don't want the safety pin up there, but I feel like I need to have the safety pin in there. It just seemed like it was probably important, right? My pencils. How close are we to a print giveaway? So I posted up in the Discord. You guys actually popped open a print giveaway last stream. I just didn't see it in all of the mass chaos and pandemonium that was our shenanigans. So hold up. You guys just unlocked one for today too. I was like, hold on. But it was only 25. So we're doing a print giveaway tomorrow because you guys unlocked it during a Warframe stream and I flippantly was doing other giveaways that I didn't see that one. and with the fashion frame contest too. So yeah, hold up. Let me put together a print giveaway. Gosh, you guys, you are too kind. But we do have one scheduled for tomorrow. Because rightfully so, we've got a bunch of new Warframe friends that dropped that subby on Friday's Warframe stream. So I was like, ah! As soon as like we rated, I was like, ah! I was like, okay, well we'll put it into the schedule for Tuesday. But you guys literally, nice one there. How close? You guys literally unlocked it. Let's get this. I will sort the giveaway. Beep, 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 beep. And where's my... Oh, it's down here. Where'd that keyboard go? Didn't I have one of those at one point? Today is the 9th. Alright, let's see here. Oh, hey. How was your weekend? My weekend, Alex, was wonderful. I had so much fun. I smiled so much. Oh, so much love. We went to a wedding. I posted a selfie of Sinemius and myself up in the Discord. It was nice to put a dress on, do my makeup, look like a normal person. Let's head on into the Stream Raiders battle. What we will do before we start sewing this, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the restroom. My bladder is calling me. At the time that we do the break, then we'll pop open the giveaway. That way you guys can get in on the cosplay print giveaway. I'm also going to be checking on those cats too. Let's give our ranged a little bit of love. Drop it into this battle. Dang. Best look. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna do actually a cosplay print giveaway. So if you guys that's something you're interested in, I do ship internationally, no charge to the winner. If you win, the only thing you have to provide me with is your mailing address. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You will get to select the print in the store via the link if you win. And at that time, then it'll ask you to prompt in your mailing address. Yeah. I have it down here. We're gonna just leave it there. Oh, I should probably put it up here for now. So perfect timing, Thomas. Welcome on in. Good morning to you. I'll get you guys will know the commands and I'll get everything up and going here in a second. It's not active yet. Opening up that captain's chest, Bua for 59 kills and 20 assists. Please take this gold as we hired your mercenary skills to assist us in victory. Your popcorn, your battle popcorn. Well, Alex and Chrissy, enjoy the remaining rewards that you've obtained. Ah, too much fun. Too much fun. Oh, I guess we've got a... No. Oh, we'll go 2-skull. We'll go to a 2-skull battle next. That works. That works. Maybe it doesn't. Alright, here we go. Then again, maybe not. Gonna drop a saint on the battlefield. We've got, ooh, those crystals. I'm gonna put it here, but I think these crystals go for water damage. And so these are what, ice? Yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter. Oh, hold on. What does it say here, though, for Earth? You want to go by it. Deals 1 increased damage to Earth. Yeah. So let's try to plunk ourselves close to this here. This is where we want to hang out. We want to, like, hang out around the stone. It's going to give you more strength. Eat your spinach, squad, and you will, be stronger in battle. I guess technically you could go around this guy too. Like, there. In a perfect world. In a perfect world! Let me go here because I think... Locked in. Locked in. Saints, 1 more saint and 5 necromancers. That's a doozy. then we'll get this giveaway up and going. All right. Let me move where our giveaway falls. We'll put it down here in the corner. If you are a follower of the channel, !enter to get into the giveaway. You can try to see if you can max out. You can pick up to 10 tickets. They are 20 whiskers a pop. I do ship internationally. If you've already won a cosplay print this month, Jamalian, I'm looking at you. Please give our other friends in chat a chance to get their hands on a little bit of this. That sounded naughty. But no, we do have a print store too, so whoever wins will be given 1 million whiskers added to your account, and you will be able to head over to the stream store, select the print that you like. At that time, it will prompt you to add your mailing address in, and then I will ship them all out at the end of the month. Chobola, get in on it too. They're there. They're there. You can win once a month at this moment too while you guys are doing your tickets and entering the giveaway. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, check on the cats, eat another snack, another little sour Twizzler, Swizzler, yum yum yum. If you've grabbed your tickets, you can place those units on the battlefield using !battle. If you've already done that, peruse my social media. Why not? There's always entertaining things over there. I will see you guys in just a couple minutes.
Zero's Teddington cheered Dex 100.
Wow, what a welcome back, Teddington. Thank you so much for those biddies. Oh. I went downstairs, breathed in some air. Those windows are open. I think the neighbors are all mowing their lawn. Look at how red my nose gets. Really, what we'll be doing is we'll just, each stream, from the moment I wake up, we'll just decide how red is this nose gonna get because of her allergies. Love it. The grass just trying to suffocate me. Put the candy away. Ooh, hold up. Let's pick a winner now before we start sewing. Pardon me, hold up. Had to help the mucus. Oh man. I just bought 4 air purifiers before it gets really bad for hay fever. Oh man. It's nice that the DHU, we no longer, Air 5, Joe Monkey and Jeff and Thomas, no longer do we have to worry about draining the DHU. We put some piping to it this last season, so that will now auto drain. Adulting. The little things. It's the little things. It's the little things. Well, we had to, where it was originally set up, the reason we couldn't do it originally is because it wasn't on the same level. So like we had to buy some shelving, that way it would sit next to like just like a dirty, like a sink, whatever, in the basement, like a basement sink, if you will, so it can drain on down. But yeah, adulting. Speaking of piping, I need to do some, speaking of piping, hey yo, I need to go start the 3D printer. Start it up. Fire it up. We set that up last year too. Still scary to think that it, right? Because then you're like, well, okay. We did, so like, in the location, if it does malfunction, because sometimes we are away for convention, and like, we don't want whomever's watching the house or watching the cats to like have to tend to it. So if it does fail, it won't be the end of the world. It'll still keep running. Like if it cracks in the the tubing or something like that and starts leaking, it's right, that area, all it does is go to the drain in the basement. So like on that one, unless it just gets full and then stops doing its task and then gets really musky down there, then like that's not ideal. Anywho, let's pick a winner for this giveaway. If you have not already and you are a follower of the channel, the first ticket is always on the house. There should be no reason, unless you've already won a giveaway this month, that you cannot enter one of our giveaways at any time. At any time, the first ticket is always on the house. You either use it or you lose it. Exclamation point enter to get in. Just by hanging out and watching us, you actually are obtaining 2 different currencies. One currency is through Twitch. It is called our channel points. Those are the fortune cookies. You can use those fortune cookies to interact with the channel via the icon below the chat. At the same time, you are also obtaining whiskers, which is our giveaway currency. Those whiskers will only be used to, like, tip the odds forever in your favor during our giveaways. So here we go. If no one else needs to toss their tickets into the pool, and again, I will ship internationally. I will not ask you for any shipping money or anything like that. All I need is your mailing address. So if you have a mailing address, I will ship anywhere in the world. So long as you have a mailing address. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. Alright, closing it up, my friends. Here we go. Boop. Winner. Thank you so much again for unlocking this. You guys are too kind to me. I don't know what I do. I stumble over my words. What? Here we go. Is Chrissy of Hailfire. Copying that. Chrissy of Hailfire, congratulations. Let me unlock at Chrissy of Hailfire. The drumroll RNG is confirmed. Oh, so you're saying that the first person who ever drops the exclamation point drumroll gets the Okay, let me add points to your account. Interesting. For science, whoever's the first one tomorrow to do the exclamation point drumroll is going to be the winner of our platinum. Is that what you're saying? Alright. For science, we'll have to see. We'll have to see who's going to have the fast fingers. The fastest fingers in the West. Chrissy, there is no rush. At your convenience, please head over to the store. Again, they won't ship out to the end of the month. So again, no rush at all. I'm going to add your name to our spreadsheet. That way, if for some reason it's been a couple weeks and I haven't... And we're going to go here. Ooh. And today is Monday. Is it our Maghda stream? Sorry, hold on. I realized that there was more that had to be done. Didn't even have today, well, in my spreadsheet. How dare you, Des? Alright. Rockin'. Oh. Don't mind me. Just, I'm having a moment. Alright. Now I'm good. Alright. Your name has been added. Mark this giveaway as complete. Huzzah. Yeah! Well, dang. Well, dang. Yeah, again. No rush. No rush. You can do it this week. You can do it today, tomorrow, next week, 2 weeks from now. Good. Oh. And again, just watching, just hanging out, leaving us on lurk. You're obtaining the whiskers, forever increasing your chances to win fun things. Alright, time to sew. Oh yes. Yes, my friends. Link to battle. You know what to do. Unlike me right now. So it is saying, for this, I would start in the middle and work my way to one side. I'm going to double check. Yep. Take up a 5/8 seam allowance. Yep, 1.5 centimeters. Print running. Love this chunky old printer. Literally have to do nothing but give it a quick alcohol wipe and hit go. Oh, you know what? Consistency is indeed key. I can get down with that for sure. For sure. That is sometimes something hard to come by. I marked on my sewing machine already where my 5/8 seam allowance is. Now, again, we are going to be doing some flat felled seams. I am going to hold off and run my flat felled seams all at the same time. That way I can press them and make them just, oh, so clean. Oh, so clean. Currently using the Burnett Sublime Chicago 7, an oldie but also fantastic goodie. I won this sewing machine a few years ago from a cosplay contest. It doubles as an embroiderer too, so that's a definite bonus. I'm going to start with my needle down and 5/8 just seems like so much space. This is what I was afraid of. It just seems like so much space. 5/8 and oh my gosh. Ow, so pointy and pokey. Alright, the needle's down so I can alter this ever so slightly. But I guess the 5/8 will be nice, especially if we're going to have to do a flat felled seam and then roll it over to the other side. So there is that. I almost feel like I need a bigger presser foot just to accommodate this crazy seam allowance. My needles are a little bit in the way. Now I see why they wanted to do this one at a time. Oops! I like a challenge. I like a challenge. And again, with making sure that my needle stays down every single time we end, when I am kind of giving a little bit of a wiggle to this fabric, it's not moving in its placement on the things. Yeah, having your phone as a secondary camera would be nice. Well, and I just don't also want you guys to... Oh, speaking, thank you. The detail. This would be a good one to get a... I'm trying to get in the habit, like clipping a couple sections together to give us a video of like the undergarments, you know? You guys don't want everything, but like it might be fun to have a little bit. Right. So we'll do like a little bit of we did a little bit of pinning, we'll do a little bit of the sewing up, I'll do a little bit of hitting the camera as soon as I've set everything up. That's the good parts. That's the good parts. And I don't know why, like, I'm holding my breath almost while we do this with the camera on. I'm like, bump it a bunch! Should probably put that over here than on this side, right? We'll double back just a little bit. And my scissors are, of course, over here on this side of the camera, too! Nice, and then we'll just move on to the next one. Make sure that those edges do line up as best as possible. I'm gonna place it back down. Make sure I put that needle down first. Yeah. We had an issue with so I did try to do double cameras before, but we had an issue with the one not having built-in drivers, and the computer was like, yeah, no, F that. Need a breath, read it, and breathe. What's that? We're gonna just, oops. I'm gonna put the needles over here. I feel like that's nice. It took us so long to put the fabric together because we actually had some really old heat and bond, so it was working against us. So I'm just trying to be super careful and not F anything up. I don't even know if we can get this fabric anymore. It was kind of a Joanne's exclusive in the moment. Oops. Didn't even know that was a thing, but that was happening, huh? Okay, well. Phooey. I'm gonna actually sew this one first. And then I'm gonna sew the one. Oh. No, we can just push these out. We can just push these through. Just trying not to stab myself. I want to figure something out, because as we get more detailed with this, I'm going to bring you into, come into my little, like, closed circle. At the same time, what's a stream without Dis's, facial features, giving you guys some weird expressions. And then we took a video of it, so I'm going to switch on over to a camera setting. We're going to reposition her a little bit. Too much of the floor, don't care about the floor. Alright, and we'll tighten it up here. Turn it off. And you know what I should do? I'm going to put markers on the floor of where we put the camera. I can move these from day to day until like they absolutely have no more stick. So we'll just mark the ends of the tripod. I'll put this one over here. That way I can move it out of my way freely when we don't need it. But we'll know with haste where to put it. That way we're not wasting time. Time is going to be precious the further we get into this. Alright, and we won't put it too far. I'll step on that, make sure that stays. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Legendary Neurotoxin, hello. I hope you have a tripod saddlebag so you don't accidentally elbow it over. Oh, well, it won't be going the whole time. We only need little snippets. Only little snippets. So, like a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there. I will annoyingly know it's there. If I've gotten too comfortable with it, it's been there for too long. It's too long of a video to clip together. Yeah, yeah. And this summer we will be spending more time up here in the studio. I hope you guys are okay with that. Well, it doesn't matter if you are or not. It's a fact of life. It's going to happen. We gotta push out a costume. A cosplay of Maghda proportions. As well as touche. Touche, touche. Alright. My friends, let's have Vampy. Good morning. What you doing? I'm working on my TwitchCon cosplay. I'm building a corset. So we're sewing the beast together. We're gonna be doing some flat felled seams today. And yeah. I'm taking my time. That way I can iron things down and just make it like the best that it can effing be. That's the goal. Just to impress oneself and be like, yes! Damn it, we've gotten better. So again, personal growth is what I'm going, because I have no clue what other people are going to be bringing to the table. I'm sure it's going to be epic, but I myself can only compete with myself in this digital, you know, state, country, whatever affair, because like you would drive yourself absolutely mad if you just kept comparing yourself to other people. Absolutely mad. Compete with yourself. Compete with yourself. Try to make yourself better than you were at the day prior. The project prior. So my goal is to make this project one. Almost, I believe that all of my undergarments, the pieces that will be like hugging my body and collecting my sweat, all of them will be hand washable. That is my epic goal for this costume, just like with Moxie. Is like I could hand wash her whole entire costume, and like just to be able to get that funk out of it. Game changer. Alright, let me see, my friends. We've got a 2-skull battle, 122 allies. Oh my goodness, 39. We did it. So we gotta just the goal right now for our dance, we're gonna call it a dance to Stream Raiders partner, is to keep an average of 30 or more friends raiding with us for a average of 7 days. We've checked off all of the other boxes graciously, and so now this is the last push, I guess is what some might call it. With more damage dealt, we will give our tanks the little spell, the tower that they desire. Here we go. Let's dive into this. 122 units on the field. Dang, that's a lot. And all of you guys are gonna get your blessings too, and then these ones too just got hit with a blessing from that tower. Tower. Don't listen to these green guys. They know nothing. Goblins. Ugh. Because then we get less flukes. What happened? The only part I'm less happy about is that you have to keep the little babies isolated so they stay away from the sharp. Yeah, but this week we will be doing one. So we had an issue to neurotoxin with the little one having taken a bite out of a cord. So there are no toys now allowed inside the office. Like I'm having to kind of no fun. You either hang out in here to like rest, get a treat, and so like yeah, I'm having a little bit of a rewiring and refinagling things. I didn't think it was going to be an issue. Flippant of me. 63 kills, Cinemius, and 10 assists. Please enjoy 3 tank scrolls. We're gonna randomly then grant Ox Bloody Skull, Wayne Weasel, and Randall throw the remaining scrolls from that chest. Ah, we got 2 lacks. We let our guard down. That's what happened. That's what happened, Neuro. That's what happened. Shame on me. I mean, it's just cats, so all I could do was like kiss at him and like just looked at me like I was an idiot. Oh. I shake my head. I shake my head. And for 3 skull battle, let's hang out over here. We'll hang out around this tower and around this tower, collecting all the love from the ice. Wonder if you could just stick the cylindrical tubing over the cords. Yeah, even like the spiral stuff, they still bite through it. How was sushi? It was delicious. It was really good. So after stream on Friday, we went out for our CineMeets, and I went out for our 10-year anniversary. And beforehand, because we had a wedding to go to on Saturday, the original outfit of choice was going to be like a more pink blush type of dress. And I couldn't wear it because I broke those heels. Remember back in August? Like I blew out the heels from them, and I was like, oh, I could just have like, should have just taken a nail through the foot base into the heel stuff. I was like, ugh! And I'd already thrown them away because when I got home, I may or may not have checked the trash. But we tried to go shopping at like the mall. I didn't realize how old and decrepit and vacant malls are getting. So obsolete the mall is. It was wild. And no one carries a size 5 in heels anymore. What are they telling me? My feet are too small? So I wore a different dress and a pair of older heels, and I'm having to online shop for my footwear. Gosh. World. People realized how gross malls were. Boom, squirrels. But afterwards we went for sushi. It was great. I couldn't finish my roll. And so then I had it that Saturday morning, right before we left to go to the wedding. I was like, you know what? My breakfast can be sushi. Fish can be for breakfast. How big of a dirty, bacteria-filled petri dish malls were. I remember it being so cool to go and get yo-yos were big at one point. Yo-yos made a comeback for a couple months. I had 2 of the sake sangrias, which we realized were the same price as the sushi roll. Let me tell you, wasn't that great to be the same price as that bomb-ass sushi roll. Fish is totally a breakfast food. See? Sushi really makes it to bringing leftovers to this. We had splurged beforehand, and we're like, yeah, let's get the honey garlic, like shrimp. Oh my gosh. It was delicious. And Cinemus was like, the broccoli was banging too, and it had green beans. Oh, it was good. It was good. Mouth is salivating just thinking of it again. So again, the 5/8 inch is not a seam allowance I am used to sewing with. Typically I make my own patterns. But since there's so much of this costume that we are already creating and drafting ourselves, I figured it would probably be wise to start with a base corset That way, foundationally, we are good to go. And I've never made a corset before. I got tape in my sewing machine, pins in my fabric, blood already sacrificed. And we'll backstitch a little bit, just to make sure that the stitches don't fall out. But we might even end up cutting off that bottom section there, because it might not work, you know, we don't know yet. I'm just slapping it together. We're then going to put it against one's body, inside out, to see if she's like, are we close? Now I'm hungry. They're delicious. Get some sushi for lunch. Not from a what is it? Did we see sushi once at a gas station? Don't get gas station sushi. I got food poisoning years ago when I was teaching. It was one of those days where I was there late with the kids, and I almost think it was a parent-teacher conference night, and I had gas station hot dogs. It was horrible. I got food poisoning from gas station hot dog. It wasn't even a corn dog. It wasn't even a corn dog. Oh. Oops. And just pulling this back, making sure that she fits snugly. I'll just have to hold it. And then let it relax a bit. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Overlord! Hi, I see you! Lurking up, now I'm hungry. The next episode of Ascendance of a Book Form comes out today. I know what I'll be doing while I enjoy some dinner. I don't know what we're gonna have for dinner. I think Synemius was thinking about, was it chicken? Chicken legs? Alright, I'm gonna follow this seam here, and it's a little greater than the marked 5/8 allowance, but it was what they said to do, right? Oh, I think we'll be fine. Then again, maybe not. I can always just sew it right on, or iron it right on top. True story. True story. Sorry, she's gonna be loud. Vroom vroom, zoom zoom. Pedal to the metal. Vroom. Righteous. Now, we do it to the other side. Yay. Yay. wonder, would it work? Would I be? Oh, works this way even nicer. Won't get stabbed with pins and needles. I'm gonna keep all the long thread pieces going out one direction. Needle down. Nice. How's everybody's Monday going? I've asked you about your weekend. I know some of our friends are already dabbling in Tuesday, dare I say. Our UK friends have already, I guess it would be almost the evening for you. Pull these last 3 out. Quarter to 6 now. Ah, what'd you have for dinner? Was it good? Can I steal your idea, Randall? Made myself some Mexican sushi, aka burritos. I like it. I mean, technically, yeah. Technically. I mean, question. Is a burrito a sandwich? Is a taco a sandwich? I think a taco would be a sandwich. I think a burrito would be a sandwich. Right? A sandwich. A sandwich. I can see a taco being one, but not sure about burrito though. Well, you're just using like a sandwich wrap, right? That's a question. How much money do you typically spend per outfit? Vamp, it actually depends on my budget. So I do try to do everything fiscally responsible. Oh, pardon me, because that's the proper way to run a business, if you will. And ouch! With this one, I am trying to. Another cosplayer did a Maghda cosplay, and she was like, I spent like $1,500 on making it. I was like, shit. Challenge then accepted to make it hella cheap, but still high quality. So I'm just trying to make sure that I don't go over. I think so. Example, Garuda. Garuda probably cost $400 to make. But her return for the event that I was making her for, she was able to bring home enough to compensate the costs of making her. So like that's what you always hope, is that, you know, I make my costumes for competitions, specific competitions, and you hope that whatever event you make them for, that either they, you know, you network and you make like a great connection. I've had some cosplays that like I made connections with photographers, and like the photographer and I, like, they saw my costume, and my costume like struck and took their breath away, that they like approached me for a photo shoot, and like we've then been best friends, and like every single time I drop something new, I'm like, hey, do you want, you know, like I've had those types of relationships, and those are like priceless. As an artist, being able to just vibe with another artist to create a product, to create something visually stimulating for others is just, that's where my art nerd flag just kind of starts flying. Um, with a lot of photographers too, now they'll contact me like they've got an idea and they're like, I feel like you're weird enough that you might be down for this. Are you? Sure, let's glue some random things to my body and face. Like, why not? So like those moments are just, yeah. But when you, like, ideally for I'm hoping that with all the love, blood, and like random, I'm hoping that, we will with this costume just be accepted to TwitchCon. That's my baseline. Hoping we have something to submit and they go, dang, we'd at least like you to walk your ass across our stage, please. Debrito is a wrap. Just like Flautas, Tequila's, egg rolls, so not a sandwich. Interesting. I do love a good coupon. If I'm going in to buy something expensive, I better be saving just as much as I'm spending, if not a little bit more. I do try to wait out for when sales are going to be going, or with some fabric stores when there's not a sale. That way I can use a competitor's coupon on it. That will bring the price down. I try to contact I try to be smart about it. Discount codes, be it my own or other people's, I like to use as well. So even though you are making something yourself, doesn't mean that it's going to be coming out less expensive than if you were to just purchase it. And that is something that I've tried to explain to people, is that just because I'm making it doesn't mean that I'm going to be saving. Yeah. I don't know if that is the most hot-winded, extra-worded answer. I do not do TikTok. Also, it's a hot dog. Hot dogs are sandwiches. Oh, yes, yes, yes. They've got buns. Hot dogs are sandwiches. The real question, though, Vamp, comes with corn dogs. Besides being, like, an epic food from like another world, different dimension of food gloriness. Like, oh man, corn dogs. I don't think a corn dog's a sandwich. I don't think it has the same properties. You know? Deep fried food. It's also separate category. Separate. I can get down on separate category for a corn dog, for sure. The corn dog. Yum. Food on sticks deserve a category all of their own. We do have 11 minutes left on our next Stream Raiders battle. Drop those units on the battlefield now if you have not already. Let's pull these ones back through. There we go. Less to pull back through those needle holes. I may or may not have marathoned my Dress Up Darling this weekend. It gives me just the motivation I need to work on a cosplay. Just the motivation. And I watched the new Spy X Family episode a couple of times too. So cute. Sentence of a Bookworm comes out today. Looking forward to that. I'm gonna put this plethora over here. Oh my gosh, it is so effing cute. Like, dude, I wish I had a dad that could make my dreams come true like that. And then film the night. So good. So good. And your just drunk fight at the end was just, oh my goodness. Slip ball and be done. Is that anime good? Because I wasn't really vibing with the first episode. Oh, it's cute. It's so cute. Give it, I like to say, Vamp, to give every anime two episodes. And like, I've given some animes a third episode that really didn't deserve the third. But yet, like, and then I've still yeeted them out. But I've been watching a bunch. So we have, if you've got any questions about any of the anime, let me know. We've been watching Ascendance of a Bookworm, the Trapped in a Dating Sim, the Skeleton Knight. We've got Spy X Family on the list. There's a couple of them that I don't even know the name of them because they're not that great. But let me see. Let me see, hon. What's on our current watch list? What are we currently getting down with? We've been doing Spy X Family, Trapped in a Dating Sim, a couple of Cuckoos. I recommend that one. That one is a good one. The Dating Sim one is kind of funny. Like, I'm kind of laughing with the kid. He's a little malicious. Shikamori's not just a cutie. I wish I liked that one, but like, there's just something about it. And I know you guys are like, but it's awesome. She saves him from everything. But I'm just like, but there's no character development. It's just there. Kaguya-sama, Love is War, always a good one. Love After World Domination. I don't know why, but I've been enjoying that one more than I've been enjoying, and I don't even like really care to keep up with the Heart of the Kunoichi, the Ninja Girls. Yeah. Ooh. Aharon-san, that's a good one. With the tall and the short Skeleton Knight, that's a good one too. Science Fell in Love. Dawn of the Witch. Storyline sucks. The art is great. Rising the Shield Hero is good. The Greatest Demon Lord is reborn. That's a good one. Recipe for Happiness is good. Ascendance of a Bookworm is phenomenal. And I'm catching up on Demon Slayer. That's my 2 cents. It's actually like my 4 cents. You may not want it all that. Adam, hello! Spy X Family is great. What's up? I am sewing together my corset. That is up. That is up. Up, down, and all around. I'm gonna actually pin this one on the other side so I can see the line that I need to sew on. It'll be but a moment just to repin it onto the other side. By the power of Grayskull, how much anime do you watch? I like anime. I call it research, Adam. When I go to conventions, I like to know what the cosplayers are in front of me. Just feel like I can vibe with people a little bit more when I want to tell them how cool they look, but instead of telling them how cool I look, I can like yell out their like catchphrase, or you know, like that's me. All right, here we go. Oh no. Uh-oh. Did I mess up already? I messed up on something, didn't I? Oh yeah. I goofed. What got snagged? Something? Who is not happy? with their workload. Bobbin, don't do this to me. I will replace you. Actually, maybe that's the sign, too, is that we're at the bottom, and so the tension is different. Sometimes they spin different. Technology. Luckily, it's the back panel that it goofed up on, so haha, joke's on you, sewing machine. Seems like a solid excuse. Thank you. I thought so too. I thought so too. How was your weekend, my friend? And we're gonna pull the scraps out because we don't want any stray pieces poking through later on. But look at this. Conveniently, this has got a receptacle next to her. Yay! Alright. I am going to pull... Yeah, you've got a hiccup in you. So let's just remove the rest of the bobbin thread. Happens. Oops. I'm gonna put you in my little pocket. Oh, actually, no. Don't put you in the pocket. Put you in with the bobbin threads. You're gonna be pulling one out anyways. Why would you put it in your pocket, Jess? Stupid. Don't know how this made it through the wash. Don't know how it made it in my pocket, she says. Doy. I like how Greatest Demon Lord is reborn as a typical nobody. But I don't like that they translate the English typical nobody instead of a villager. Which I thought interesting. Okay. I do watch all of mine with subtitles because I do know that more times than not I'm losing a lot in context, and those English voices are just funny. The Skeleton Knight is just filling the void in my heart and soul until Overlord comes out. Alright. Now we're rocking and rolling. Spent like 12 hours straight on Warframe with hauls twice. Nice. Did you get a bunch done? Tackle a bunch on the to-do list. Ugh. With the wedding on Saturday, I kind of took it easy and I didn't get on Warframe. Shameful, I know. Alright, all of our sides have been sewn together. Now it's time to do the flat fouled seams to everything. So I'm going to have to get that iron out. And what I will be doing is I'm going to be cutting down half of one side and then rolling the other seam over it. So it will cover it all up in the back. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to iron them flat. That way I can get an idea of what we're going on. With this one here, I'm going to go in the opposite direction and iron it from this side, because this one just needs to be rolled completely over. I think I'm going to put an interface on here. I think I'm going to do it. And I think I have an interface over here that I can use, actually. In its stead. That's my tracing paper. I think this. Yeah, I'm going to use this. Okay. I'm going to take this pattern here. And we're just going to cut two of it. We can even use a Sharpie for this. Ooh, it might bleed through. Don't be that person. Grab some paper to go below it. And you know what? Let's get our actual project out of the way so we don't accidentally mark that one up. Are you putting bones on? Bones on. Bones on. Oh, you mean boning? Yeah, we're gonna be putting some boning in as well. So this interfacing is gonna go for the back before I turn over. It'll be easier to put this down now and then the grommets through it. So I'm like, let's just iron it out, and since we're gonna have to be ironing, might as well just iron everything! Yeah! Brahma and burn through many a forma. Oh, nice. Brahma to your mama. Get it? Because it was Mother's Day, too. Oop, didn't mean to click on that, but I did anyways. Alright, my friends, 122 allies on the field for this 3-skull battle extravaganza. My bad. Alright. Melee bonus. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. And while that goes, I will trace. I'll make myself useful. I gotta make sure that I trace this also in it. Oh, I wonder if I can just fold it. Alright. That'll be fine there. Where? Oh, there it is. I said. Nice, Raiders! Nailed it! Let me draw this line quickly. Followed by the other one, and then we'll open up that chest. Alright, and then we've got 25 gold going to Boo for 129 kills. Oh my goodness gracious, 125. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot. Leave some for everybody else. Deek. Is that Ove Axno? Wayne Weasel, please enjoy your rewards from that chest. We're gonna move back. Ah, nice! We can hit up a loyalty chest too for more tokens. We do have an event upon us. I am going to put down, I think I need one more saint. Before I do that, let me check out these towers here. Earth, increase water attunes. What do we have here? Who are you gonna snipe? Ghostbusters. Ice. Alright, so we do not want to go around that one. What do we have here for the water? Fire. No, we're good with that. Alright. So we are going to place our units down and around this side here. We want to stay away from this guy. Away from him. He will bring us no good. No glory. No glory will come from that guy. Drop those units down and around, my friends. Exclamation point battle or exclamation point SR anytime. We'll pull the link to our battlefield up for you. For me, the proof is at least put subtitles on Was Not My Mom and I Watched My Neighbor Totoro. Oh! The screen after she disappears versus the lines. Yeah, you're like, well, hold on. Why is that so different? I noticed it with another Studio Ghibli one too, Spirited Away. That was when I was like, oh. Oh. Okay. Because when, what's his nuts with the dragon mode flying away. Hail hydrate. Hail hydrate. Hold on, let me pin. Hold on. We went through all this. Let me just pin this stupid thing here before it decides to unfold. Yikadoos. Come back to me. How are you doing, Dracora? Where's your weekend, kind? The weather is starting to get nicer out, at least where I am at. Venturing outside a little bit more. Alright, hail hydrate. Oh, twas good. Ooh, it's crisp and cold. I'm gonna grab my big scissors for this. I'm gonna cut it exactly along the line to begin with. And then I am going to just come in like a 1/16 of an inch. That way when I go to iron this onto my pattern pieces, it's not going to overhang and possibly get its little sticky side on anything good. Anything I don't want it to stick and adhere to. Cool. Now we're gonna get rid of the scrap. Just gonna throw this on the ground for now. We're gonna get the same with this. Save the notes for my tie waist. We'll put this over here. You can come back out. Since I was sitting on you. Apple water bottle? No. No. Apple water bottle. No, I am done with Apple products. Unless Apple is like, hey, here's some free products. I went to a college that was an Apple school for art, and yeah, no, nope, nope, over it. Everything was just more expensive. Had to go to like certain places to fix my laptop. And then even then, they just gave me a different laptop with the serial number not on it. Like, what? How sketchy. I still took it, I'm not crazy. No, this is my new water bottle. I like it. It does just what I need it to do. Keeps things hot, keeps things cold, and it comes with a straw. What more could I ask for? To talk to me? No. Then you'll never get your water bottle to shut up. Teach your water bottle to say inappropriate things. Huh? I sold my mom's laughing water bottle. It makes noise and laughs when you drink from it. Ah ha ha ha! You're drinking. just insults you while you're hydrating. That's the type of water bottle you guys want. Just my water bottle insults me while I get my drink on. Alright, I am going to just put a pin in this. And then we'll go over to the other side and put a pin in this one. It's perfect. No overhang. It'll cover exactly where the grommets are. I still have my seam allowance that'll tack it down on all sides. So we're pinning it into place. Now I need to... Oh, hold up. I was gonna do something. I gotta do this off camera. Sorry, my friends. We're not gonna get weird here. Not today. I need to make sure that this is not too big. Oh. Interesting. I think I might need to take out the center panel and make it just a little wider because of where my hips hit. with this. Ouch. Hold on. I hit a wall. Because we're gonna be putting more. I could make it just a little bit wider in the center. Yeah, I think we might do that. Dang, have to redo the center panel. I mean, not the end of the world. It just doesn't close as far in the back as I would like it to hit. So I think I'm going to take out the center panel here and just make it a little bit wider straight here from the center. Because the breast points too are a little too close together. That's fine. Not the end of the world at all. Let me just find my seam ripper. I'm going to rip out the seams first. Nope, seam ripper's not in there. Other than that, where the hips will fall, I think just by adding like an inch or two, maybe just a solid like an inch. Yeah, I think if we just put an inch there, so a ½ inch per side would give us the width we want. How much? As much as weird is on brand. There are many different brands of weird, and that brand of weird is yeah, I figured probably, you know, holding up and this, and you want a nip slip? Try on your corset with your stream. That's how you get a nip slip, Judd. So I'm just going to take my seam rippers and go through here, plucking up my thread. It's part of the job. Part of the job. And again, I did not initially take into consideration any gaps that a busk in the front would give. The pattern already seemed like it was going to be a little small, so we definitely just kind of went with it. Minor alterations, not a big one at all. Nope. Oh, come on. Nope, you're stuck. Okay, we'll just pull these pieces out. In the back, we'll just peel right up. Once we've gotten so far with one side. And I do believe we should be able to now run this. Yeah, there we go. I don't force it though, because that's how you end up tearing your fabric, and nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. We filled up that with a bunch of seams, so we're going to carefully... I slide that ball.
Weird. You're weird. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the voices in my imaginary friend's head.
I wasn't talking to you. I'm not weird, you're weird. I'm gonna pull at this point any... There's one side. She's free. That will then also separate the boning channels too in the front, which I was wondering what, you know, if they were going to be a little too close. Answer: yes, they were going to be a little too close. Other than that, it comes right over my hips in the placement that I want. So I am extremely pleased with that. We just have to widen our bust point. Wow, if this isn't a my dress up darling episode, I don't know what is. Oh, Mirren. I'm laughing this as we done. 17 minutes on our Stream Raiders battle. Exclamation point battle at any time to pull up the link to our battlefield. If this is your first time stopping by the channel, welcome on in. I am Disfusional. Please feel free to call me Dis. Besides gaming and enjoying ultra widescreen content on Twitch, I am also an artist and a cosplayer. We're working on our TwitchCon cosplay for San Diego. Better to start early, right? Right? You can never start too soon. Never start too soon. I'm gonna keep telling myself that. We just need to make some alterations now. So this is the original. I am going to alter the actual pattern here. So let me see. Where are you? There's only one halvesies and we folded it up. Now I can't find you. Sounds about right. Oh. Nope. Nope. Did I throw you off the side? Nope, here it is. Alright, we're gonna put that up there. My Crown Royal bag that holds all of my sewing goodies. I'm going to put you away because I'm hoping I don't need you right away. We'll put these in here too for now, just so that everything's kept together. Part of being an artist is just knowing how to clean up after yourself. So let's clean up before we make a mess. And then as we need things, we'll pull things back out. So let's remake this pattern piece. And initially, that was what we were mirroring it on. Alright, I'm going to start with just a line on this. That way I know where we're going to mirror it from. And I am going to use a pen. And I'm going to lay this out here. I'll pull it down a bit. Now this is where I initially have. So I'm going to draw the initial pattern out. It's got and we'll put this down here. I am very fortunate that I don't have to worry too much about I don't have too much curves going on. So anything that this can give us is just an added bonus. All is forgiven. I'm hydrating. Alright, and then I'm gonna draw. Oh, did I not draw? I want to draw the boning line as well. And I think it wanted me to initially. So let's just draw this here. Because with a 5/8 seam allowance, that would still... Ooh, crack the neck a bit. Now that's more than... Okay. If I just wanted to do half an inch. Okay. I'm gonna think to do then. to think. Okay. And then the front that we have now. Sorry, I'm kind of in my head right now. Give Stitches a treat. I will give them a treat. Unfortunately, they're not allowed upstairs because they're bad cats. They're bad kitties. In the art studio, because then they would be eating and clawing. Oh right, Stitch did claw at my fabric when you guys were here last. Heinous creatures. Cats. Who wanted those? Oh right, it was me. It was me. Alright, I think I've got my redraw, my rework here. I know you guys can't see it, but you will in a second. I'm going to fold it in half and then cut her out and hope that this was the perfect solution. Fingers crossed. We're gonna have to make a little bit more fabric. That's fine. That's fine. I anticipated possibly having to remake a panel. I didn't anticipate the snafu we had with the heap on before. Definitely a bannable offense. He was biting. Well, and then Puck is biting cords downstairs. I found a bite mark in the cord, so gotta have eyes on them. No toys now are allowed in the gaming studio. When I went to call Mama Dis for Mother's Day, she goes, I cleaned up my area and I saved some storage tubs that I was gonna throw away for you. So hopefully we'll be able to clean up the studio up here, tucking away some of the don't bite on me items. I'm hoping that by the end of the summer we will be able to let those little a-holes up here. Little a-holes. That's the goal. I still have some of my studio stuff from Detroit in tubs and boxes still. So, my mother upgraded her organization, her sewing room, and her crafting room, and she's like, do you want my old peasant of a child? Do you want... No, starving artist of a child? I mean, yeah, sure, I'll take your hand-me-downs, hand-me-overs, hand-me-adjacents. These can't be C's. But what I'm also hoping to is that I've saved up money for the studio to get upgraded furniture here, but I don't even know what we have. So with this Mama Dis's old furniture, I'm hoping it'll be able to let me pull everything out of storage finally, figuring out what we have, what we need, what we don't need, you know, its size and location, and we can get some new furniture in here, maybe even give you guys like a wider view, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let me see here now. This is the new piece that we've made for the front. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a lot better with it. That'll do it. So I enlarged the pattern piece quite a bit. I should take a photo of this. Gosh darn it, chat, you're right. You're right, we did have to seam rip. Do I pull some of my seam ripped fragments away to like stage? To stage what had to be done vigorously? I mean, there wasn't a lot of vigor to it, but we should document this. I will eventually get wiser. I don't even know where I put that stupid... Oh, I put it in here. I just can't find it. It fell into the depths. Bro, I love getting other people's old free in my... Well, but I'm also the type of person that when it comes down to like, oh, I need to get rid of, like, if I'm upgrading something, so to speak, I will let that person know, hey, I don't need these items. Do you want them? Do you know somebody else that, would like them? If not, then I will, do what needs to be done with them. But I like that that's an option, So I told my mother, I was like, I will give them back to you, and you can ask my brother, my younger brother, the same question you asked me. Maybe he needs to outfit his garage or something. And, yeah, just the hand-me-arounds, if you will. The hand-me-arounds. Great for a sewing or a sewing while location, but let's see here. We need... I need them to look like they like each other. Are you staging photos? Shush. Shut your mouth. That content creates itself in the weirdest of ways. It's how it's done. Perfect. Yeah. Beautiful. Just take a bunch, delete the ones I don't need. Use the ones I do need. Put you back over here. Now we will put our garbage back in the garbage can. So this is going to be, I'm gonna write on here. Mirrored. Top. Bottom. Front. Panel. Cool. We're gonna... Oh, don't. I was gonna, like, tuck it off to the side. No, we need that. Oh, hold up. Did I draw? I didn't. Ah, silly. I need to draw out the boning marks on here, because they are going to be in a different placement than they were before. As opposed to, like, my center section, so I want to make sure that I get those marked. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to draw those in. Yep. Oh, and I didn't put the waistline in on one side. Whoops. So much for mirroring everything. We'll mark the boning channels. And I'm gonna just make sure that this is where it's gonna hit over here. Yep, that works. And then this one hits here. Alright. I always like having 2 points, 2 dots in which to connect. Cool. With this new pattern now, I've got to create more fabric for it. So let's just toss... Back here you shall go. Back in this vacant area. Just do something. I don't want to get rid of that piece of fabric, and I can always use it for swatches in my portfolio that I present to them. So I keep all of my scraps until the very end. Keep everything. Keep everything until the very end, especially if you're going to be presenting any type of material to judges. I am going to need to, ow, get maimed by Gyre over here. Thanks. Said nobody. Ow, Gyre. And I've just been cutting out what I need, and that's it. So I think there's a section here. Yep. Oh no! We gotta cut them out in the direction that we needed. I forgot there's a grain to this. Hiccups. Hold my breath. So let's make sure that we get this so that they all go in the same direction. Ha ha ha. I've been doing it so the moths fly up and down. And I would love to have the actual butterfly, or not the butterflies, but the lunar moth, the Luna moths, if you will. But let's follow that grain marking down. Looks like it's gonna be like this. We do have a 5/8 seam allowance to take note of. And the edge of the fabric is pretty much something you should also look at this. Oh man. Alright, here we go here with this. I scoot it over just a little bit. There we go. So I wanted to make sure that I got these two moths in. Adam! Great idea. As people, we gotta stop throwing so much shit away. My whole workshop is furnished with stuff made from scrap. Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of the stuff I have used over the years has been hand-me-downs, hand-me-arounds. As I am kind of, as we're growing, as I'm figuring out what I actually need, what's going to be best for me and my work style, we've been cleaning it up. Definitely cleaning it up. I'm gonna just draw this right now so I can only cut what I need from here. No more, no less. Well, it's gonna be a little bit more, but 1 second, StreamBeats. Let me just finish marking this on my fabric, and we will dive into battle. Did I turn this off? I didn't. I was like, why is the shutter making sounds? The lens cap's on. It was just like going into sleep mode. I could hear that so loud some of the older cameras are. I could hear that in my ear cups. I am going to look at that there. Oh, I did not. Silly. We're gonna banish you. Banish. Alright, because that would go there. Let's put this one over here. We'll draw them backwards here in a bit. Make sure we put the new bust point marks. Again, I giggle about the bust points, having to change my bust points. And we binge watch Gojo-kun. My dress up darling. Oh, too funny. Oopsies. I did not measure those ahead of time. Didn't think that it would be an issue. Oops. Goskaya Savante, hello to you. How is it going? And we're gonna grab the pink because that's what we were doing the inside markings with. Alright. Now, I want to see if this shifts in orientation when we're ironing. Just curious. Just curious. I only want to make sure that I'm cutting through one piece of fabric at a time. Hate to trash more And then we'll cut here. Thank you, Moss, for letting me strategically cut you out. I had a plan.
What's the submission deadline for TwitchCon?
So I know that they've only announced Amsterdam's right now. And I don't know if Amsterdam, because they just put out Amsterdam's tickets too. As for the San Diego one, I'm not sure if they've announced it, but I know that whenever they announce it, I will not be ready. So I'm gonna just keep on going. We're just gonna choo choo. Keep the train going here. I don't know the San Diego one. I've never done this. I've never entered TwitchCon, so I'm sure that I should probably ask. See if I can poke and pester. Schneck talk. Ask talk what's the protocol? I do have some friends that have participated in TwitchCon, and with the pandemic and everything, I've just kind of been going with the flow myself. I should poke and pester them. What are the ways? What are the ways? Tell me the ways, my friends. How should one go about this? Is there an order, a standard operating, procedures? Some SOPs? Oh, and I'm clicking on things. Thank you so much for that lurk, Doskayas. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Just going to tuck that up over there. Where did I put? I think it's gonna be, and I'm gonna need scissors. Let's grab these ones. Be right back. It's getting warmer up here. I feel it. I feel it. Stream Raiders, is it time? Oop, forgive me. Yep, we'll do it then. Forgive me. I needed that reminder. Alright, heading over to our Stream Raiders battle. Ah! Candy break! That's what we needed. My mouth is full. Charge, friends! Look at my little saint doing some saintly things. I like him because he looks like a kitty cat. Ooh, 2 viewers are gonna walk away with 50 gold. We give 59 kills and 15 assists. Bowie, you came out on top, so we'll give you that. And then we're going to randomly grant. Ox gets 3 Berserker Scrolls. Cobra gets 3 Berserker Scrolls. Ooh. OVX gets 50. Weasel gets 2 of the Centurion Scrolls. Nice. Gold, little gold here, little gold there. I'm gonna check out the store, see if it's reset yet. Nope, 15 minutes. Ah, it was 15 minutes too early. We got a 3-skull battle next. Oh, you know what? It was my quest that I wanted to dive into. See what they needed me to drop. Got those Saint Scrolls. Place 2 rogues. Alright. I can place a rogue down on a 3-skull. What's this water? Deals 100 increased. Nice. So we want to go down below or up top. So let's place a rogue. Nope, I want assassin. I'm gonna place my rogue down here. Pardon me. But we've got 2 great areas to drop those units off at. We don't want to... Yeah, we don't want to hit where they're gonna go. And then we've got this area down here. Right? Yeah. And then we don't want to... Ooh, nope. We don't want to hit this here. We don't want that. And we don't want... Ah! Wrong one! We don't want to be hit. No good will come from these ones. Alright, there is my assistance to the battle. Exclamation point battle. If at any time you do need the link to our fun, I am in the process of remaking. Candy. Sour sugar. Let's place some heat bond down. We're gonna keep it smaller than our work surface. That way it doesn't get on my iron. I know I said I was going to be getting I wanted to get a new iron. I was never going to use this old one again, but I have no clue. Where does one go to buy an iron? Me neither. Don't know. So, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Put that over there. Perfect. Oops. Well, a little too much on this side down here. There we go. Didn't want to slide off of the paper. Okay. Next, heat. Someone give me heat. Plug it in, plug it in. Scooch off to the side of it. Whee! We let it do its thing. Heating up. What was that, NBA All-Stars? Heating up. On fire. From downtown. Brick! Again, all my lingo comes from Sega Genesis. Or was that Nintendo 64? I can't remember anymore. Cleaning up. I know that the... Yeah, there it is. So we do need these. I should just leave them inside with my pins. With my pins. Right there. Well, I'm right technically next to vacuum. Oh. Okay. I mean, I guess I didn't even check Joanne Fabrics. I feel like that... Is that a no-brainer? Should I have checked? I should check there, shouldn't I? Fabric store would probably have irons. Probably. Probably. I think I've always gotten like a hand-me-down iron. I was just trying to think here. I'm like, hold on. This iron, I think, I don't... Wild. And we'll just melt the adhesive to one side of our fabric. It's got a paper backing. I got it set at the highest setting here. And then we will let it cool. Once it's cool, we'll be able to pull off the backing. This fabric here is very, very flimsy, so we're just trying to give it some legs to stand on. And unfortunately, we have to do it this way, this method. So I'm going to probably do some of my decals before we embroidery stitch over them. You know? Maybe you don't. But if you hang out with us, you'll find out. Oh, awesome. There's a little non-sticking happening over here, but bleh. So much better. And we'll just overlap this. Making sure we cover all of... Nailed it. Just carefully go back and forth, hoping to bond everything together. My bonding was failing last time we were here. It's having a problem bonding. I did some practice this weekend at the wedding. I think I made some new friends. I don't trust it, so I just keep going over it. Ugh! I've been jaded by heat bond. Heat and bond. Heat and bond. Heating up. There, now I can just... feel like I'm gonna burn them off. Just had to redo the front panel of our corset. And it's smooth on this side. We want to make sure that we've kept that on here and that there is no ripples or buckling. Everything is good. Alright. And we're gonna let that cool down. See, and I don't, this one here, this cord like zooms up into it. I don't want a rolly up cord one. I don't want a rolly up cord. And it's got like this perma kink to it. I don't want a rolly up cord anymore for the next iron that I end up picking up. I don't want that. Oh, did I? No, this, how come it didn't? How come you didn't take this time? I'm just gonna cut it. Hope for the best. Oh, actually, no, I should check the pattern on it to make sure it didn't alter or like shift. I don't know if it's shifted or if like I just drew it out bad the first time around, but let's redo this a little bit. We did pre-wash everything. Just going around the entire pattern again, making sure that none of the fibers were ironed out in a weird way. Just wanted to make sure that she's good. Now we're gonna cut her out. Thank you so much for placing those units down on the battlefield for us. Exclamation point SR or exclamation point battle to pull up the link to our stream raiders. Awesome. Just to make sure everything's good. One last iron over. I already put those on, but we're gonna flip it over. We'll do all the lines on the back now. Get my pencil out. The waistlines, the boning lines. Alright, get me my ruler out, connect the dots. Yeah, I'm almost positive this is going to be a good alteration to this. Yeah, yep. It will require us to repin and re-sew the panel into place. So let's tack it down. Make sure those waistlines line up, and they do. Lost my finger. Pin the end. I'm gonna pin it right here too. Right, and then we'll get the other side pinned. That way I just can run it through the sewing machine twice. We're gonna pin it from this side. Cool. Okay, and then tack this down. Nice. When things line up after a little bit of a rework, that's all I can ask for. Thank you so much, Raiders, for placing those units on the battlefield. Alright. Oh, oh. Put one here. And then we'll pull. There we go. Yeah, that was a wise choice. Firing back up the sewing machine. Let's put the big scissors away and we'll grab out the tiny little shears. Ow! Why are you maiming me? Needles. One thing I can't do in Crocs is sew. For some reason. Can't do it. Have to take the Crocs off before I tackle the pedal. And clip. I may or may not have ran over the last 4 pins. Shh! Don't tell my sewing machine. He said he was fine, so I just rolled with it. Set that down. Remove these. Let's I'm gonna take this off. It looks like it kind of shifted. But maybe I did obviously I did a poor job pinning it to begin. Yay! Now we're back to where we left off. Where we last left our hero. She was trying this on off to the side. That way she didn't do anything indecent on Twitch. Hold up. This is... Yep. That's what we need. That's what we needed. Hold on, I'm gonna... Definitely don't have the windows open. I'm just gonna pull my pantaloons down a little bit. Moon the neighbors. Yep. because I will be creating a like privacy curtain, and I'm not gonna lie, I tend to lose a little bit of weight between now and like I just get a little smaller for some reason. I don't know why, but it'll probably happen. Maybe. This is gonna be perfect. That way we can cinch it up too. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, one of the whole reasons that we're like, yeah, let's do the panels is because we're also going to iron on the interfacing. Well, oopsies. Not the end of the world to have to plug something back in. Boop. Let's heat you back up. Then we're gonna do these side panels here. No, this is gonna be nice. And I'm not going to, so the inside panel is just going to be a lined panel of the black interfacing. It's not going to be the moths, because if the ribbon is rubbing redundantly over the moths, then I don't want to have to deal with any fading. Maybe it's the spicing in the hotter weather. There we go. Yeah, I'm just Swesty. The neighbors. Hi neighbors. How's it going? Just Dish, your neighborhood seamstress. What do you mean you didn't want to see this much of my body? Yada yada. Oh, dang. I need something smooth to stick on top of that. She's just gonna stick. No scrap piece of fabric. We didn't have any scrap fabric with that last one. Not enough to do anything with, huh? Can I put this over here? Over top? No? No? Don't have any, like, scrap fabric? Oh, man. My face probably said it all. I was just like, didn't expect that. I do have it set to hot. Nice. Almost got it all. Now nice. Let's get the other side. So this is just going to reinforce and assist with my grommets later. I want to get it sewn on in, this thin line of interfacing. Now, that way with all my stitching, it will just continue to bind itself in place. Become one with this project, I ask of you. Huzzah! Alright, and we'll switch it around. I'm going to end up ironing this down. Just trying to crease it over. No, that's right. Okay, that's fine. It is what it is. Just having a moment. Just having a brain fart. We're fine. Brain fart. Then we are going to completely roll it. But what I don't want is I don't want the inside to be present on the outside. Like I want it to be as even as possible. So I'm gonna tack it down with a couple of pins so that it can't roll. I feel like I'm close to you guys. How's it going? Yeah, I was just like, why did it just kind of melt that? And I'm like, oh, you need to be a little bit nicer. Let's put a protective barrier like most people would. Seams. So here's my protective barrier. Protective barrier. And then what I'm going to do here for this, that way I don't have to keep these little pins here. We're just going to put some sewing clips down on this line. I'll remove the pins that could maim me. So yeah, she's so pretty, so nice and crisp. Then we'll do the same thing over on this side. Pull it back as taut as I can. I probably don't need that on there, right? No, I don't. It's just when I was doing that one side. Copy. And I'd rather take the extra second to just make sure it's going to come out how I want it to. So let's just pin them in. Get those sides to lay down perfectly. Uptime. It's the name of an energy drink. It's a good energy drink too. Alright, I'm gonna iron down that side. So again, this is gonna be the back that we're tackling here. Lay some clips down. Alright. Now I need to do a flat belt seam. So for these flat fouled seams, I am going to, I guess, start on one side, right? Yeah. I'm gonna start on one side, apparently. This is gonna be so much harder than it needs to be. Alright. And I'm gonna just open up my seams first. Just gonna open up my seams. So I gotta be careful too, the hips splay a bit. And we're just gonna do that to all of them. That way everybody's getting the same shenanigans done at the same time. Oh, stream raiders. Give me a moment, please. Yeah. Alright. Put that down. Pick up my mouse. And we'll head on over to the battlefield. 119 allies on the field right now. Thank you so much. Let's, how many? Alright, my ranged friends. Go do it. And we got 2 little clusters here to divide and conquer. Go give them hell. Or give them an elemental good time. Now we're gonna flip it into the other sides. Open the captain's chest. Ooh, Pua for 21 kills and 7 assists. Please enjoy the vampire scroll. We're gonna randomly grant then neurotoxin in Portuguese the remaining rewards from that chest. And continue forth. I think that was our no, that was we already did the token chest. I don't know why I was still stuck on token chest. I was like, token chest, you were weak. 4 skull battle now. Here we go. I'm gonna do another rogue. It needs. Oh, hold up. Alright, so water here. No, that was a bad guy. Water here. Deals 100% increase to fire, so don't stand by that fire. Copy. Deals 100% increased damage. Nice. So we want. Stand over here. Alright, my friends, let's place our units on the battlefield, but let's do this smart. There is no difference if you... Oh, hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't place them over here. I'm lying. You do not want to get hit by the fire. You'll be weak. Stand over here. I guess you could stand over here too. But don't get hit with fire. Green. Deals more damage. More damage to water attune. Oh, I don't know if anybody knows going to be water attuned. But A! Are there water attunements? I thought there was. Yeah, there's one here. Water attuned. All those guys. Get them. And then, we'll go here. And I'm not perfectly ironing these all the way down. I'm just ironing them open so I can cut one side, then roll the other side on top of it. Freaking frick, stupid thing. A little bit of heat. A little bit of heat. Dare I say we're quote-unquote heating up? It's warm up here now that I've got this iron out. I'm just saying that. It got warm. It got real warm. Oh, and now I've got to cut. And I want them all to lay the exact same, so we are going to mark it. I know, it sounds so tedious. Dang, this is definitely gonna be a challenge to measure. Now, which way do they want me to roll these? That's gonna be the real. So do I roll them right or left? Press seam allowance towards side and complete felting. Looks like it always goes to the right, huh? Right sides together and press it to the right. So let's go around this way. And if they're looking at it like this, it's gonna be all pressed that way. Or do I do them one way and then the other way? Yeah, let's do that. Let's just get fancy with it. Let's, for no reason, get fancy with it. So trimming one side down to half an inch. No, a quarter of an inch. Trimming one side down to a quarter of an inch. That's what I'm doing. I wonder if this would be easier just to slide this across. Because I'm going to roll them. Yeah, and then we'll pin them down. And then sew it up. Sew it up, I say. Sew it up. Making good progress so far on this. Noticeable progress. Sewn something together. But so this is kind of a little bit of the tediousness that goes behind it into. And I want to say they're going to make me roll this end here. Let's figure what they want me to do with that. Yep, I did. Okay, so hold on. I am press seam allowance space under stitches. Yes, 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 yes. Pardon me. Interesting. You just want me to sew it down and cut it off? Well, that's disgusting. We will be rolling it. I need to figure out then if they go here and that goes there, then I would have to. Oh, I see then where they want it just stitched down. Because it's going to be cased in anyways. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. Okay. I get it now. Alright, and then I'm going to flip it over because we're going to do the same exact thing to this side, but like in the opposite, mirror fashion. By the way, she's being stay home from work and is excited to see the stream, but fell asleep. You know what, Pink? Then I've done my due diligence. The sounds of my voice lulled you into a slumber. And if it was restful, inadvertently, I got your lurking. You got some rest, so I'm gonna say it was a win-win for everybody. Enjoy the slumber. We're just sewing. We're just doing a little bit of some sewing. Playing some Stream Raiders. And here we go. Let's cut it. Dis, how are you? Naughty Reaper, I'm doing well. I'm just about ready to cut some fabric from the inside of our corset that we're making to roll down our seams. Getting crafty today. We're working on our TwitchCon cosplay, so yes. Crafty is is on today's sorry, I'm like focusing harder than I probably should. I'm just cutting fabric, but I just don't want to mess up. Yeah, we're cutting down one side, working on that TwitchCon. She's not gonna build herself. She's not gonna build herself. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. Let me know. Ask away. I hate you, seams. Sewn more cadavers than clothes? I have not sewn my fingers together yet. I have seen more stitches on cadavers than clothes. It's interesting. Okay, okay. You stitching people together? I bet you stitching fabric is so less stressful than stitching people together. It doesn't whine, complain, and or flinch. Just saying. I need to set us up to do a little bit of video recording as I snip this off. Oops. Smells a lot less nasty. Ew, yeah, okay, okay, I can believe. Alright, and now with it set up just like this, I'm going to weasel my way into the setup with the camera. And videotape some of our progress. And then we'll put it back on video mode, or video camera, or sorry, photo mode. Take a shot. Cool. Put it back over here. Turn it off this time. Doesn't look, ew. Ew. All true facts. All true facts, Naughty Reaper. Ew. I'm doing my best to also hold the fabric away from me on the inside so not to cut it. Alright, it is time to painstakingly fold these down and around. I'm so looking not forward to this. So I am now going to iron them back down in one direction. There would have been no way that I would have been able to do that if I had not ironed them. So let's just follow suit. Iron them down again. And they get ironed in the opposite direction on the other side. For aesthetics. It's got moths on it for Maghda! Like, how cute! Little Maghda moths! Little Maghda moths. I thought they were adorable. I'm using my elbow to help hold down the fabric as we work to iron it. Seams. Oh. I just need a little assistance. A little help. I'm gonna take these side clips off for right now. I'm gonna need to push those ends out of my way for this so I can pin them down. I'm gonna need more pins. So what I'm doing, I'm gonna take this out of the way. I said out of the way. I'm going to fold this down and over again. This is great. This will be so much fun. All the strips cut off are what I needed to remove from my seam for my flat belled seams. So we're going to be rolling the inside seams raw edges into one another so that they aren't apparent, they aren't visible. This is what you do instead of serging, because serging would create extra bulk that we don't want. So I'm just making sure that I'm pulling everything tight. I think I kind of want to throw some things on the floor. I think I kind of want to throw everything on the floor. I think I want to, when I sew it from this side down. So let me re-put my needles. Let's just hold a bunch of this. There we go. Put a clip at the top. And so I'm going to pin it into place, making sure that I'm pulling my outside seam too. No problem, no problem. So again, just rolling it over that selvage, that raw edge. Making sure we've got as flat of a seam on the other side. Just tedious. Very tedious. But hopefully, this just means it's going to turn out and look great. Extremely tedious. Just roll, dang it. I'm going to put a clip then on this side. Down here. No one's gonna see the inside. But I want it to be pretty. I want it to be beautiful both inside and out. You know? Mm-hmm. And we're gonna end up stitching as close to that edge as possible. But I want to make sure that I've got it locked down. She will flail out at the hips. Make sure we're good. That seam looks nice and pulled. Yes, it does. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, no, it's a good thing we remember that, because that's going to need to be folded in, I think. Let's... What would happen if I did this? Would I ruin everything? Maybe. I think there's probably a reason they want me just to dart it down. To clip like a little bit off and then lay it down. Yeah, probably. Alright. Don't ruin everything right from the beginning. I also watching more comfortable without scenes digging at you. That's what the goal is so that this just doesn't feel like there is a large seam. This shouldn't stick out more than the boning would. So, yeah. Here we go. And this is our first time making a corset, so we are learning as we go. We wanted to also pick some materials that, if we chose to wear this corset for a different cosplay, not Maghda, like, I don't know, Renaissance Festival or something afterwards, it would work. Moths, it works. 8 minutes. 8 minutes on our Stream Raiders battle. The beat. Especially when you're just kind of rolling fabric onto oneself. I wonder if I can roll this and then work on pulling. Yeah. Well, that's a nice little to do right there. Ow, just stuck myself. Ow, meant to do that too. There. Nice. And I can like roll this as I'm going, and it's helping me like pull the seams to make sure that they lay down flush. I like cracked my neck though. Whew. And I'm even debating on which presser foot for my machine to use for this. Because I want to get as close as possible to that edge. But I want to make sure it's even too, you know? Ooh, little cloud stripe, sweetie bun bun, getting those units down on the battlefield. I looked up to see some epic units going down. So the big tea that's being spilled right now is TwitchCon Amsterdam announced who their cosplay judges were going to be. But Kamui Cosplay said in her live stream on Sunday that they did not finalize any contracts. So like to her, it's not official. It's not locked in. And I was like, ooh, snap! There's some tea. Then in my mind, I was like, well, Kamui, if they drop the ball and you can't go to Amsterdam, why don't you come to San Diego? But I know she's made comments about not wanting to travel to conventions. Becomes too big of a burden sometimes on the business depending on where you're going. Time is money, you know. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. I forgot. I gotta go around a boob. Round a boob. Get some more pins out. This is getting, I'm like, to roll it around is really, these flat felt seams, I mean, they look nice and I can see it starting to take its shape now. But like, dang, this is some work. Dang. Ow! Grab the back of my hand skin with that pin. I meant to do that. That's what you're supposed to do with these pins and needles. So again, you guys know No one will see the inside. However, it'll be more comfortable this way. I'll be able to wear it longer, stronger, better, faster, longer. This reinforces the seam too, so like, invincible immortality! Until materials start to break down overexposure. Alright, got one breast cup, one side all pinned up. Yeah, we pin all of it. We just pin it all, pin it all, pin it all, pin it all. Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe not. Maybe? Maybe not. Hey! Alright, it's candy break time. Good job, you pinned up one side, scraped your hand only a couple, eat some candy. Oh, good job, Tess. Thank you. I just tried to swallow that candy, I should have chewed more. I should have chewed more. Oh. That just scraped the throat going down. Alright, my friends, we've got a 4-skull battle here. Let's do this. 132 allies on the field. My rogue was slaying until she died. Oh no, she's still going. Go, rogue, just go! Get him! Get him, get him, get him! Yeah, look at me go! I'm over here if anybody wants to know. "27 kills. Stop me now! No one can stop me now! It was because I got that blessing from that Earthstone and I took out all of those water units. For 33 kills, Dis, you get none of this. We are going to randomly grant all of these golds to Thomas, Legendary Neurotoxin, Bloody Skull, and Fudge. Please enjoy. I came out victorious. Where are we now? Ooh, a 2-skull battle right before our boss fight. Nice. Before I place down a unit, let me see if there's anything else that I can... Ooh, okay, we'll grab that. Don't need to place down another rogue scroll. Let's see, a necromancer? Let's see. It is only a 2-skull. I don't know if my necromancer is viable. Oh yeah, yeah. Fire units. Ice deals 100%. Ooh, hold on, what? What did that say? Deals 100% increased damage to ice. Damage to ice attuned units. Yeah, no, stay away from these. You guys are going to be taking 100 plus increased damage. So we want to literally dive right in. Okay. Oh, it's not. I got what? Oh, I need like 6 minutes. Ha! Alright, I am going to put... Jerry, where are you? You don't want to be by this. You don't want to have to walk past him. So no to these. You're going to want to go no to this area over here. And this is bad news bears as well. So you've got, I figured if we just walk straight ahead, this area, I mean, technically is okay. And so is this line right here. And this section over here is good too. They won't get hit. Neither will this person over here. But yes, yes, yes. Place those units down on the battlefield. We want to try to avoid all of the ice. It's going to deal us 100 increased damage. And, like, ouch. I don't want that. You probably don't either. Alright, oh man, I'd hate to... I need to take a break. We are almost at the 5-hour mark, and I missed my 4-hour break. When we come back, I will be doing the flat felled seams on this open side here. I should, though, take a photo of this. You are right. Let me put my Crocs on, because those just make me photo ready, don't you know? Gosh. And we are going to take a photo again. We're going to take the lens cover off and take a photo again. Cool. I'll tuck it off here to the side and pick up some of the trash that I've just yeeted to the ground. Oh, and clips. Yay, and clips. Alright, my friends, I will see you guys in 5 minutes. If you have not click on that follow button for me here on Twitch. And if you'd like to peruse more of my content outside of stream, check out my socials. I'll see you guys in a quick 5. Those cats, they're silent. Something's gotta be up. Synemius, you might be correct. We might actually have to, so it got, you can definitely tell it's warmer up here. So pardon me, I'm gonna unplug, not that that was even running anymore, but we're gonna put, what does this go? Oh, to the sewing machine. Okay, that's important. I need a fan! Give me circulation or give me death. Oh, look it! A moth butt will do. A moth butt will do just the same. Here. Gyre, I need you to hold this bum for me. Can you hold my bum? Hold my bum. Thank you. Alright. Let's go. Hello, Sir Zabarbone. Hello, Sir Zabarbone. How are you doing this fine, beautiful Monday? At least it is over on this side of the world. I'm not sure where you are hailing from this day. But here in Detroit, Michigan, it's lovely. Ooh. Oh, that was just some mucus. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. Oh, that was anything but hello, Stav. Hello to you. What's the weather like outside your window? Sir Zabar, what's the weather like outside your window? Whose weather is dreary so that mine could be nice? I want to say thank you. Ooh. Ugh. Gosh. Just, what if I put these in the container? Then I won't knock them all over the place. It's not like they're gonna go anywhere. No one's gonna steal them. Ooh, keep them close to you, Dis. There's somebody else here that's gonna take them from you. See where the cats get it from now. It's dark. I can't see the stars. Ooh, a clear evening night. Sounds like someone should be having a campfire and making schmoes. We want schmo? We want okay, if this was... it would make sense too. And then work your way that way. Oh, big brain, big brain, big brain. Ow. Just poking. Just poking. Clear 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so I too am a Fahrenheit user. Don't hurt me. And it is nice. Hold up. What do we got? We've got 14 and a half minutes left on Stream Raiders, and we have 68 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Nice. Alright, we are gonna roll in Flatfeld, stitch down the seams on the opposing side of this corset. As much as I want to quickly rush this, I know I would hate if I messed up. But what I was saying is I think I'm going to have to bring the ring light up here because these soft boxes, it's warm. It is warm up here and it's only 68. I do know that heat rises and I have the vent to the main floor open. That way sometimes I can call to the cats. What? I just like to look down at them through the floor vent sometimes. They know I'm up here. But, yeah. I try to put the Celsius there for the... Yeah, I don't know the math to convert. I majored in art. That's my excuse. I was never taught the ways, and I don't. I will never know when I go to foreign countries. anywhere outside the US what the temperature really is. I'm just always going to pack a sweater and shorts. Wear a t-shirt and pants. And when in doubt, always bring your bathing suit because you never know when there's going to be a beach episode. That was actually my philosophy was when I got a car. I just remember all the time, my friend, she'd be like, hey, we're gonna go. I'd be like, yeah, no, I've got that in the vehicle, let's do this. Just always packed them. Never know. It's not like I could swim, but I could stand around and talk, believe it or not. We do have stream later. That's what that thing is that you're hearing, my friends. Tomorrow we will get back into the Warframe. I have 75 platinum to give away to a Tenno tomorrow. Ooh. I should roll this meter, not just like scrunch it up. Scrunchies, speaking of scrunching things up, scrunchies were coming back in style there for a minute. I'm not sure what happened with that. Like the high schoolers ruin it and make it some sexual innuendo. Gosh darn you kids. Psychozalia, happy Monday to you. Happy Monday. I hope you are doing well. Just stick it in there. Oh, phrasing, unfortunately, on that one. But I think I'm gonna have to bring the ring light up. I think it's today with the iron on and everything. It is very warm with the two soft boxes. I still want to replace the lights in them. That way on cold, dreary days we can be rocking with great light. But I think I'm gonna bring the ring light upstairs and hope for the best. LEDs. Yay! Generate less. But it might... I don't know. We'll see. Forgive me if the next time you guys are up here we've got some weird lighting going on. Practicing. Or trying. Just give it a moment. So again, I am rolling. I cut after sewing my right sides of my fabric together, which is my print sides. I flipped them over and ended up cutting one of the sides of the seam exactly in half. And now I'm rolling the other side of that seam over, hiding both raw edges, flattening out that seam. It's called a flat felled seam. We learn something new every day. Can't say I've needed to do a seam like this before, but I like it. And I think I might incorporate it into some dresses, because some fabrics you don't really want to put a lining in it, and you don't want, sometimes to see that serged edge. Depending on how long the skirt is, it could get caught on the buckle of your sandals. Ugh, first world problems, I know. But yeah, like it. I like its wording and its purpose. And I kind of like too that it is less bulkier than, you know, if it were to be searched on both sides. Just making sure that I'm not getting any buckling and that everything is nice and taut still on the back side. I don't want the fabric to pucker. It looks like I gave up halfway on this one. I want to do the end. Nope, I refuse. Let's go back. Let's go back a seam and finish this one. Oi, oh, and this one's broken. In there you go. Ooh. Yes. Nope, I need it to pin toward the outside. I feel like this side is just a little off. I don't know if it's the bend in the corset. I remember having difficulty over there, but I don't know. We'll just have to be careful. Yeah, this one's got the same little, like, cuppage over here. Okay. When I see it on both, I don't even worry about it then. Tis nothing. A little over 5 minutes until battle. Oh, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like yeah, I just started my playlist over again. No. We don't need to do that. We'll jump into, here we go. We'll have fun in here. Nope, I want you to play this. There we go. That way I can get pumped as we get into the folding this last bit. I need to sew it down next. Yay! I hope it goes. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put a new needle in it, the sewing machine, as we go through all these layers. That way, I already have something working in my favor. Shamelessly, do not know how many hours I've put into sewing on this needle here. That's probably a good idea to switch that out. It's 90 degrees here. What's it? It was like 68 or something here. It is warm for us. Warm. Seems to be. 'Tis the season to go work in the garden. I'm gonna clip this. Oh, I did knock it over, didn't I? Oops. If there was corn in the field, I think this Nebraskan weather is trying to make people popcorn. Oh my goodness. Too funny. It's too cold. Too warm, then it's turning the corn to popcorn. Oh my goodness. That's a good one. Going over the bust. Ooh, that's just finger complicated. Oops. You can't do that there anymore. Huh. How do I... There we go. Yup. Because I gotta leave you enough room to sink some random crap into the back that I'm leaving a secret from you guys for right now. No, but I got some back ornaments that are gonna... Sorry, I just saw that I had knocked over my pencil shavings and had not noticed it. Oops. So we will close those up. Don't need that. Don't want that mess. Okay. Sheath my weapon, my sewing scissors. Let's power it up. I am going to snip all of the thread that's coming out this side. I should have did it earlier, but I didn't. Obviously, I don't know what more you want me to tell you. I didn't. No. Didn't. But now we will double back, righting the wrong that was our laziness. You've only got one? Really? I find that hard to believe. But okay. And see, like, these are the cat killers is what I call them, the thread here. You don't want your cat to ingest them. And cats eat everything off before. Weird creatures, and no matter how many times I try to collect them all and make sure that they're all in the cup or in the trash can, some get away from you, and I would hate it if that was like, don't even. Oh my goodness. Oop, got them stuck. So also another reason they don't come up here. Safety first. But I did give them treats when I went down and saw them last. Puck was sleeping on the bed, like a good little boy. Nesmilla, hello to you. Bye, Bilton. Good afternoon. I'm so happy school is done. 10 days, which means I am almost done with babysitting. Dun. Yes, let's head on over to battle, my friends. We have a wonderful 119 allies on the field. I see we've got some melee units to begin with. They're in the stronghold, so I guess Orc Slayer would be a tank. Let's give a bonus to our tanks and dive into this battle. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? We actually have the semblance of what looks like a corset now, so that's cool. Small victories. Small victories. That's all I can ask for. Yeah. Oh, don't worry, you came just in time. The boss battle is next, Ness. And we will start another, oh, I don't know if we'll have time to do one more battle. Well, we'll do one more battle. We'll start another map, because then we'll pick up with that map tomorrow during our Warframe stream. Just in time. We got a boss battle next. We'll need your help. Because I've also got the hiccups. Sweetie Bun Bun for 23 kills and 6 assists. Please enjoy 10 gold. Sweetie Bun Bun, where are you? My sweetie, there you are, up at the top. The tippy top. And then we're going to randomly grant Bloody Skull the other 10 gold Fudge, the Vampire Scroll, and Cobra, the Saint Scroll. And here it is, the boss battle for this map. So let's tackle it. The Abominable Snowies face the elemental strength of ice. Alright, let's read our elements here. So here, deals 100% attune. Hold on, did it say, what did it say to? Deals increased damage to water. Is this water? No, that's a bad guy. Get off of that bad guy. That's a water crystal. Okay. What does this one do? Elemental fire, random bullshit. Water. Okay. Yeah, let's take on, at least we know then that we will be strong against some of the water, so stick around the green. I am going to lay my melee unit down. Since you guys are booping in around that guy, I'm going to boop in around this way, letting everybody know green's a go. So again, we want to try to tuck in around this unit, tuck in around this guy. It looks like there will be no factor difference between the fire and the green ones, but at least any attuned to water will be able to karate chop. And let's see what this guy is here. Weak to fire. Ah, so that's where you would, if people wanted to tackle him, weak to fire. I really honestly don't think we'll have a problem. But let's at least hang out by one of the pillars. So we'll try to avoid that back cavity. You know why this is going down? I do want to quickly also store updated. So we're gonna go over here, we're gonna claim our crystals. Yes, please. I'm gonna go to scrolls and just drop a bunch in the ones that I'm looking to level to 30. Ooh, saints. Yeah, I'll take those too. Oh yeah! So I leveling up the rogue to 29. One more level to go. Ooh, for all of them. Oh, that's exciting. That's really exciting. We're going to specialize our Saint, a specialized support unit that costs an anti-range bubble with an extra 10% reduction against ranged attacks, a specialized support unit that casts an anti-range bubble with radius 5 instead of its usual 4, a specialized unit that casts an anti-range bubble that deals 60 damage and nearby enemies on death. I feel like the martyr. I'm thinking I might go with 3. Yeah. Yeah. That way when enemies die, their sacrifice gives us life! I'm gonna dump all of my scroll or my coins. We've not been doing very well with this fire chest. It's out to get us. We've given him how many coins today? Lies. Lies. What am I missing? Oh. Didn't know it needed. It's like it says one more. I was like, I don't see it! Alright, let's head back to that boss battle. If at any time you do need the link to our Stream Raiders Battlefield, !battle, or if you're lazy like me and you like a good !SR, that will give you the link too. Drop those units off if you could so kindly assist us in our victory. Or then somebody got me one skin and I was, oh. I'm not picky. I just I just like the skin. Hey, I like a good skin. I like gold too. Not picky. I like gold too. Oh my goodness. I cracked myself up. I know. Roll your eyeballs. Don't burn the house down, Mr. Iron. I'm going to turn the sewing machine on. Just leave it at its settings. Funk Avenger.
Funk Avenger just subscribed.
Thank you for that subby. Happy Monday. Ow. I just maiming myself with sewing pins. How is your day going? We're going to start on this side and work our way over. Part of me is thinking that Alright. Let me pull out my ooh. Let me give myself a whiplash. Ow. Gyre. Your finger is too close to my face. I'm thinking I might need or want to put a different sewing machine foot on. And I only say that because I like to be able to measure things, and then again I'm also thinking that maybe did we put that one top? Probably the one, where is it here? Is this the one I'm thinking about? I don't know if this is the one that I'm thinking about. No, that's the one that's too far. That's not the one that I'm thinking about. Which one am I thinking about? Where did it go? Looking for it? Is it in here? Maybe, possibly, it is. Hey, what else is in here? Oh, we're gonna put new sewing needles on it. I don't even know if those ones are in here. We're just gonna close this. And that we didn't even look in there. Didn't happen. But I found this. What were you doing in there? It's got ski voice. And you need to be in there. Chirp. Chirp. I'm gonna put the quilting. I want to stay real close to the edge with tacking this down. Remember, I want to encase it. But at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm staying in equal distance. Do you see my plight? We can just do the best that we can do. And a way to do that is to give her a new needle. We did purchase new needles just for, for me to bash my shins on this tub as I turned around. That's smart. Just for this project. Oh. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take these pins out of here. There's just so much down here. What is going on? Why are you such a messy child? We're just going to pretend I don't even know what's going on with this one. I'm just going to close it up and put this back over here. Now, that's where it's supposed to go. And you guys, where do you go? Oh, I was gonna... Wasn't there like a section? There was a section. Oh. Half answered, but we'll take it. Oh. I should have put you. Oh, you're a mess. Okay. I'm gonna need this again. Boop. Boop, boop. There we go. Then, now that I've got this out, I can put this needle away. Out of sight. Throw that away. Yeah. Ooh. Then I can... Ooh, which one do I want? Which one do I need? I want a bigger needle, that's for sure. Do I necessarily need the biggest? No, we're gonna be going through some weird things. So let's, I got a smorgasbord. We're gonna be using an 8012. I think that'll be fine. Famous last words, don't worry. My glasses also dual as safety glasses. I joke you not. Joke you not. I feel like I'm only supposed to... I really smush it in there. Maybe I don't need to smush it in there that much. trying to smoosh it in there that much. My daughter stopped at Walgreens on her way home from school and got me this bag in the home. Cause they're that good. They're that good that there was only one left. The peach Harbro snacks are not always taken like that. So, have you tried them? Are we gonna sample one together? I've got some. Are we gonna sample one together? Let me know. I'm down. I'm just gonna leave mine over there for a second as I get myself ready to go. Oh man. Okay. And now we're going to rethread this. It's like I psyched myself out. All of a sudden I started salivating. Oh my goodness. So weak. Oh, maybe she's not down all the way. Alright, thank you so much for that lurk, Chrissy of Hailfire. Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy, enjoy. Make sure we're good on our bobbin. Alright, and so what I am going to do is I'm going to try to sew along the edge there, locking in both of my raw edge seams. But at the same time, I do want to keep like a nice, just even distance with my stitches as best as possible to the edge we've already done. And for some reason, my phone just buzzed and I heard it. I heard it, I heard it, I heard it. Somebody... Oh, Wild Bills. Wild Bills, I really don't care what you have to say. That's not at all. Oh, what my mom gotta say. I care what she has to say. Alright. Neither here nor there, my friends. Neither here nor there. I'm gonna start on this side. That way as I work and like roll this in, it's gonna be less like pins sticking me. Okay. We will remove the clips. I'm gonna place this down here. Okay, okay, okay. I got this. We'll just take it nice and slow. Whoop! That's not a sign, right? No, that's not a sign. Oh man. Some of the cat hair. It's like I bring it up here. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm gonna put you on slower. I shouldn't. Sometimes. We got a brand new needle. And we're just flat found the seam in it for this corset. Just going slow. Keeping our fingers crossed the entire time. My heart is racing. Don't F up this. Don't mess up this. You could probably go a little faster. Yikadoos. Oh no, I forgot to buy sugar. Oh no, does that mean you got no sugar for your coffee? Oh no, I wouldn't be able to. I would not be able to drink coffee without a copious amount of sugar. Maybe even too much sugar that would leave a normal person questioning whether or not I'm even drinking coffee anymore. Yay! I made it! Oops. Don't kick the pedal until you're done. You need that. Alright. Keep it going. And yay! One done! And okay, moment of truth. Oh, I was supposed to slow down this side too. Oh, I can do that now. I can do that now. Oh, it looks good. Doesn't look bad at all. Very cool. Oh man, that was nerve-wracking. Look at how pretty that looks. Oh, that was nerve-wracking though. And we got a little bit of bump with the, but I can straighten that up. I just, there we go. Straightened up that little hiccup up at the top. We'll snip the extra cords as we go. Oh, look at me turning over a new leaf. Alright, okay, alright. Wow, that's given us a new confidence. I feel like it should be a little bit, and since we're gonna finish off this side, let's just switch out the feet quickly. It doesn't take but a second to switch out the feet. I want to just. Yeah, that's. I want to top stitch this down. There we go. And voila, here we go. Sewing machine works with this song. Nice. And we'll cut off these stray ends. Okay, I already did that one. Because there's supposed to be a boning channel too that goes in the back. And then the grommets. I want to make sure that I cut this at the boning channel. That way it gets hidden when I put the casing down. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright, we're gonna switch up feet again. I'll just keep this little guy in here. You're a good one. And then hold our breath again as we do another one. I think this time though we can speed it up just a smidgen. I like sit up in my chair. I'm sitting on my foot. I don't know why. I just feel like it gives me some leverage up on my sewing machine. Makes absolutely no sense. We are in the middle of a boss fight, Raiders. If you want to drop those units on the battlefield, !SR if you need the link. Oh, or if you just want to pull your project out from underneath the sewing machine that you plunked it under. Oh. And here we go. I'm just like last minute rolling. But I don't want to get too overzealous, especially when it comes to the hips. Not the hips. Let me just roll this in. Pull out another pin. Ow! It's the sound of success? I don't know. Corset victory! Ow! Not to be confused with meow. So I'm back stitching to make sure that I've locked in my last stitches. This little fan is just doing the thing. See? Oh, that looks good. See, it's holding its shape. And then we'll iron it out this way so that she lays nice and smooth. But in reverse, gosh, that looks great. Alright, on to the next one. Gosh, daughter. I wish your sound effects would have came through. For some reason, Blurb is not allowing daughter sound effects. Nice. And by picking this foot too, that keeps our stitches really close to the seam, or to like that outside edge, we're definitely making sure that we grab both sides of it. And that was my biggest concern, is that looking good. Defo seems to be at it. Yeah, so far I've got no complaints. Definitely needs to be ironed. It seems like it comes out of my mouth differently every single damn time, but definitely will need a little bit of finishing touches. I mean, still needs grommets and boning and all that, but so far so good. For a first corset, I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue with what I'm saying, but I think it looks good. so far. We threw the directions out the window a long time ago. I said, yeah, no, we'll keep the directions up here. I'll follow along. It'll be great. They're back there somewhere. No, they're underneath the box back there. Abandonment. A long time ago. Abandonment. But yeah, it's looking nice. Little moths. They make it, they tripped me up already once. So did I sew a panel upside down? No, the moths just fly up and down and I made sure that we had it the right way. But I was like, oh, you guys got me, stupid moths. You got me. Because now I'm just at the stage of paranoia. I'm gonna remove all from my little magnet lid down here. I feel like this table is just a little too high for me to be doing this. Oh, okay, 1 second. I'm not getting any taller. Okay, and I'm not standing up while I sew this, so we might as well make it comfy, right? Right. Let me find my outlet plug, my plug. Give me a little plug, guy. There we go. Plug it in the table. And I think we can. Let me just see here. Oh yeah, that's much better. What are we sitting at? Cool. And so I don't accidentally like grab the table with it plugged in. I unplug it. Rockin'. Lower lumbar support. Yeah, it's one of those up-down tables. I just needed to go down a little bit, so I could have the skyward advantage when sewing. I couldn't see. I was like, it's magic, Ness. Ness Miller, it was magic. Just less than 3 minutes until our Stream Raiders boss battle for this map. This will be, we are so close. This will be our last battle for the stream. Once I finish this up, then we will politely find a friend to raid. And I will move our equipment into the gaming room. Tomorrow we start at noon. We'll dive into another Stream Raiders map. We'll be playing Warframe, so I'm going to be chilling in the Warframe category. We got drops enabled for tomorrow's stream. Drops campaign will actually run until the 11th. So Wednesday's stream will be Warframe 2, and we will continue more Stream Raiders if we don't finish tomorrow's map. Or if we do, we start another one. We'll just keep on going. Alright, it looks like one side is sewn up. Boop. Yeah. Oh, you can't see. That's like a good alert for John. But I've been avoiding everyone playing Warframe until I do the new Warframe my next. Oh no, that makes sense. I do know that tomorrow we had some people interested in Novi Bear in running Profit Taker. I need to light a fire underneath my necromech. So maybe we take a break from Zeraman for a day, and we run Steel Path incursions. I need to. We were talking about running Profit Taker in the Discord, so I can also get some rep on in with my necromech. I need to finish that. I need to just I'm done with the Bone Widow. I've got so much sustain for this Bone Widow right now. So much sustain. Yeah, I am just struggle bus in Novi. I am just like, ugh. However, we did unlock last week the Railjack mission that people say to farm for your Necromech affinity. So if we can put together a squad that wants to just run a, I think it's a survival, right? The Lunaya or whatever. I don't know. It's in Void Proxima. Anywho, my friends, let's head over to this boss battle. Let's do this. We've got two little clusters of friends going on here. 138 allies on the field. It kind of, because your guys' usernames bumps, it kind of looks like everybody jumps when I move the board up and down like this. Okay, I'm done. Melee bonus. Let's do this. Not at all because my melee guy was over there. No. Yeah. What happened here? Not a straight line, that's what happened. I'm gonna take this little section out. That's very noticeable. I don't like it. I'm gonna redo it. Because I can. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo it from here. And we'll backtrack. I'll go over it a little bit and then just cut any strays. Interesting why it decided to jump over like that. Obviously, it was an operator issue. Operator being me. But that's very noticeable when it's on the moth wing like that. That's the only thing that's happened like that. Huh. I knew that we were gonna do it. I knew it. Ooh! Ox Teddington, 42 kills! Yay! 17 assists. 50 gold goes to you, my friend. Where are you, Ox? Again, the task of dis in her alphabet. Oh, it was a 0. Confirm, and then we're gonna randomly grant Novi Bear the 50 other gold, and then Weasel the 3 Monks gold. Thank you so much. We did complete this map. We'll dive into this map tomorrow. Yeah, let's double check the store. Make sure there's nothing that we need to do. Quests are good. Collecting for quests. We did good there. Awesome. Couple more days to do our Necromech quest. Go team, go. Nice to come. No one for the last battle there. Oh, yeah. Number one. Alright, and what I'm going to quickly do is, since we just finished that last battle, I'm going to quickly stitch up the last ones. I was going to change our category, just because, like, you know, we finished our last battle, but I'm going to just quickly soup while we're here chilling. Actually, I should. Hold up. Blast! Puck is playing with a toy that's got a ball that spins round and round, and it's adorable because I can hear it just spin it. More Stream Raiders, more games tomorrow. Ooh. Oh no! Oh, because it's mirrored and doesn't go in the same direction, I should have flip-flopped the pins. Ah, 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 ah. Gosh, that's so comical. It's not funny. Well. Well, okay, so all the pins are upside down. It's not upsetting at all. It's not upsetting at all. Bummer. Oh, we were gonna fix that one. Where'd you go? You're over here. And it was at the very end, I believe, that it all, So I'm just gonna start up here a bit. I'm actually going to lower my sewing needle into one of the oh, maybe not if I can't see it. And we'll just run this back down. Just run back over this. And then fingers crossed that it looks better than it did before. Oh, so much. So much better. Okay. Let me... Oh, what pulled through? So we'll take that. This one. Clip, clip, snip, snip. Alright, now we can flip it on over. And start on this next side. I think what happened is I like pulled it, and when I pulled the fabric, it enjoyed it. Thanks for sharing your creativity. Y'all have a great day. Oh, Deke, you have a wonderful day yourself. May your Monday treat you kind. Because sometimes Mondays can be a really you-know-what. Oh, you know. You know. I need not say. You know. Nope, I can't get too close to the back end of these guys or I will be in trouble. Ooh, but I can also... Should probably save the clip at the end. Oh, that one didn't have one. Not all of them have them correct. Check them as I go to make sure that we're not, especially in the pale parts that are highly contrasting, having any like weird stitching conundrums. Oh, did I cut those too short? We'll pull them out a little bit. And go team go. Don't stab yourself with a pin. Projects were quit over less than just being stabbed by a pin too many times. Actually, the first reason that we stopped this project back in 2007 and couldn't cut is I wasn't happy with the fabric choice for the main skirt. Didn't even get to start fabricating it. Didn't enjoy the fabric. No! Alright. 2 more to go. Aw, but sewing is just Russian roulette. Just with sewing pins. Every single time no! No! Maybe I just have to give the blood sacrifice for some of these seams to turn out appropriately. It's gotta be it. Yup. Ow. I just reached for it because the pins are pointing this way toward me when they should be the other way, but I didn't remember a mirror. It means the seam is flipped on the other side. It was just stupid. Engineering brain fart. Pray to Garuda. Pray to the martyr eye. Oh man. Alright. And we got this. Let's do this. We got this. I should have kept this. That was a good idea to leave that down there. Okay. It's just kind of okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I smooshed it down in relatively the same smooshing down fashion that I smooshed it down on the other side. Equal smooshings. Equal smooshings. Okay. Pulling out the pins. And go. And oh, you are still stuck. Okay, you're still you're still where you're supposed to be. Kind of just letting it do what it wants at this point. I'm just like, yay, we've made it this far. These seams have been resting this whole entire time. So let's and we'll do a final seam inspection, because again, we want freaking perfect. Or at least as close as we can competently get it to, you know? What's the best thing we can do? then we're gonna follow up on the other side, just like we did on this. Nice. So I'm gonna switch out my feet. What a weird sentence to say out of context. Just gonna switch out my feet here. Uno momento, por favor. Checking over those light spots that we had. Ooh, it looks like this one. Traveled down a little bit. Why? Why would you do that, Thread? Because I wasn't paying attention? Yeah, you funny. So let's just carefully snip this. It got stuck in some of the loops. I will prevail. I will win. Because I've got this thing. Don't test me. I will leave you if you're not hurting anything. We'll just snip off your front. If you've found your way through, if you found where you want to live your existential thread life, I'm gonna just leave you there. Oh, there's some thread here. Let's make sure I don't have it on the other side. Oh, I do. Just a small guy. I am going to be encasing the raw outside edges. We're going to be making our own double fold bias tape. Feel real nice. Alright, switched it out. Let's start at the top and just... Oop. Yeah, this should be real straightforward, she says. We will snip the extras. Nice. Yep. Worked there just how I envisioned. We've got the lines for the waist tape still noted. Now what I don't know, and we're gonna have to, yay! Let's pull out the directions. It's pretty straightforward how to sew the pattern together. I know. We're supposed to be ending stream here, but I need an extra moment. I need an extra moment. Get out of my way. I'm gonna eat some candy. The green one's my favorite. I just almost bit my tongue because I wanted to share with you what my favorite candy was. And Swedish fish. Oh my. Alright. So we got this going on over here. Cutting at gradation. Yeah, probably not gonna do that. Press seam allowance toward base. Base facing down. But you want me just to cut it. I'm not about that. But I don't want to be in the way of a couple of different things. The eyelets being one of them. And I lost them. So I'm going to draw them on this white area here with a Sharpie. Just so I have an idea of what the heck I'm working with. Oh, it's a share size? Mine doesn't say that. Oh, it does say share size at the top. I shared it with myself all throughout our 6-hour stream. So good. So good. I'm straight salivating. So good. And I forgot how this goes already. My fan is just so luxurious, it's blowing this template all over the place. I'm just straight drooling. I'm just straight drooling at this point. Don't mind me. I don't see people often. Gosh. I'm like a Kubro over here, just drooling. Oh, man. Ow. Meant to do that. I am laying this down to mark where our... I'm not going to use Sharpie now that I realize I'm going to be marking on the pretty side. Where's the white one? There's the white one. Gosh. I need the most contrasting against this black. Cool. Oops. We should just do this. My little roll up. Boop. And I'll mark it. I should also mark though so yeah, I guess we will. Where I'm gonna line it up with the next side. Then we're gonna turn it this way. I'm gonna mark the grommet holes because I want to be able to roll this in so that I'm not giving myself too hard of a time with the grommet holes, but at the same, like I need to know. I need to know. When they go in that, I will take the blue and I'll mark it in the lighter areas. Copy. We're gonna do the same thing over to the other side now. Arms. Would it just be beneficial to make them all pink? Pink worked out better. Yeah, that's the same distance from the bottom. So if I have this, and I want to try to avoid, if I just roll this right on over, would that work? It really would. Oh, damn. Okay. So we'll just make sure that that's an even stitch length all the way across. And so we'll measure this distance by, we can put our stitches. No cat pun intended. So it looks like we are sitting... Math. I never thought I'd use math. Right, meow. That's only half an inch. One, two, three, four. One more. That's where we're sitting. We will draw the line. So 1 1/4. And that's where my fold will take place. And I am going to clip this down for right now. Because I might need to clip the other side if it's overlapping too much. Oh, wow. Fabric war is what I feel like I'm having right now. Well, fabric frame. Because what does it say? Let's skip ahead, behind, over, through. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Raw edges, we're not doing that. With wrong sides and right sides. Okay. Machine stitch top sides. Hold on. When did we sew those in though? Did I miss something? Did I just skip over something? Apply eyelet. We apply eyelets before boning? Page 3. Continue from page 3 to page 4. I didn't want to do that, so I omitted that whole entire section. And then I omitted that too. Oh. Where does it say though? Oh, it just says measure and cut pieces of boning to length. Remove boning from casing and cut off. Pin casing to wrong side of corset. Center over bullshit. 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 Gotcha. Oh my gosh. Pretty much you're on your own. Alright. I got you. I am gonna trim it. Just a bit. Just a smidgen. I don't, And I'm gonna trim the thicker side over here. Then again, I'm gonna trim the thinner side. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Slide it on down. Pew, pew, pew. My big sis is at. Bless you. Oh, thank you, Pink. I'm just having a mental debate with myself over this project. I don't want it to be too bulky, or the grommets hit. I want it to be just the right amount of bulk, so let's shear some of this off. I used that term correctly. Nailed it. There's a lot there. Okay, just want to lay nice and smooth and tidy. And again, no one will see this raw edge, but I don't want it to add bump to the inside here. I want it to, so right here, when I sew it down, I'm just feeling it out, touching it all over. We're good now. Just wanted to make sure, same even amount of bulk all the way down. So I wanted to cut away. And now we tack it down with the machine. I kind of want to run it through this way, to be completely honest with you. So I am. Seems a little bit of an inconvenience, but meh. Ooh. How do I want to handle? Well, that should, so I should technically be able to do it like this. Alright. Well, test out my ability to do math. I know it's not good. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, I just pulled it out. That's not fine. There we go. Unclip a bunch. Remember, I do have that line that I drew that I can follow, that I am following. Slide the clips off as I go. I might even slide one. I think I'm going to. I'm going to put a casing in that back just because. If you cinch, I cinch, we cinch. We'll put one right there. Two in that channel. Even if I have to undo that whole one to get the... No, that should be enough for the casing for it. Okay. Sorry, just talking to myself. We're going to do the same thing to this other side. Make that line. One of goes. This one folded a little differently, so we're going to make sure that we work with it. I'm going to now take pink and dot the lines. We're going to clip it. It goes upside down, clip it. So that goes there. Yeah, so clip here. Jump. And then we'll clip down at the bottom. Making sure to take that into account. Cool. Okay. We'll clip down here. Alright. Now I am going to mark. Cool. Oops. We'll pull my guide off. Just make sure they're a little bit bolder. And I still might do more than we have here. The grommet's gonna be the absolute last thing that I put in. I'm gonna just keep doing everything else. So how much do we need to... I'm gonna be smart about this one. I'm gonna cut it off before we fold it and bend it over. One of my lights is telling me it's on its list. Flicker is dimmed a little. Don't go out just yet! We're in strobe light mode. Strobe light look funny. And just gonna clip this down. Permeate that fold in its woven fiber configuration. And I think this will be where we end stream. I'll take some photos. We'll raid on over. And that turned out real nice over on that side. Roll it on up. Look, we've got something we can roll! Oh man, that's cool. That's real cool. And let's do it again here. But the last one off. Oops. Pushed the buttons a little too soon. That my just like a computer, my sewing machine beeped at me and I was like, oh, nope, I didn't mean it. My bad, didn't mean it. Take it back! What happened up here? It's a little, cluster of thread. Boobin. Alright. Nice. Double check everything. Yep, no, that looks good. Just coming together. Nice. I like it. And obviously you can't, yeah! No, because this is fine. This will come forward a little bit to accommodate sitting down. It's looking good. Will you stay up? No, you won't. But we've got something to show for all of our time today on stream. Only took 6.5 minutes. That's fine. All the cool kids stream longer than they're supposed to. I didn't have anything else I need to do today. What? There's the little sheath, tiny little sheath right there. Make sure that we consolidate all of our sewing patterns. Don't want to lose any of them. We're also going to keep all of our scraps. Lock it down. Closing things up. Oh, dropping pins to be stepped on the floor. No one likes that. Put the pencils in there. We'll leave those there. That's fine. That's fine. We'll need that later. Next, we'll leave that out too because we are here. And I've got the boning already out. But what I need to do is I do not have enough boning ends. So that's what I'm going to have to order from Amazon. I can pick them up. The same exact company that I picked this up from. I don't have to even pay shipping. But I wanted to make sure that I got the correct boning and like I could use my coupons and all that. I can pick up the ends before our next stream. And then we'll learn how to cut, crimp, sand, and make casing together. It's gonna be a blast. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it, my friends.